Hello everyone, and welcome back to some more Tyranny here on the Twitch streams and later on YouTube as well. Hello everyone, and welcome to Caesar and Satentenho and anyone else around. Okay, let's start by starting to chat to this Jaspers, Master of Napping, who was one of the masters in this location, or the leaders. Jaspers, Master of Napping. A heavily muscled man stands next to a mixed pile of broken floor tiles and smashed boulders. Head bent in focus, sledgehammer gripped tightly in both hands. Without breaking his gaze, he calmly extends an arm out as you approach, signaling for you to wait. In one smooth motion, he whirls the sledgehammer in a precise arc, effortlessly splitting a large green grey boulder in two. He smiles and lets out a pleased chuckle before turning to greet you. Fatebinder, or should I say, Covenor. That explains all the ruckus I've been hearing. His voice is deep, confident, baritone, and easily carries through the open air. Forgive my rudeness, masters of the craft rarely break focus if we can help it. Old habit. He smiles proudly, motioning you to come forward. Your arrival here is unexpected, but my forge is always open to servants of the court. What can I do for you? And indeed recognizing me as the Lytian's cousin's Covenor. I'm Jaspers, Master of Napping, and this settlement is called the Bastard's Wound. I expect you're looking for its leader. No doubt someone pointed you in my direction. Indeed. The legality of this place must be determined by a Fatebinder. Then we're lucky to have you here, Fatebinder. I can assure you that I would never do or advise anything that works against Kyros's will. The wood is a complicated place. Many came before me, and I've done my part to steer things correctly. As I'm sure you know, that's not always an easy task. I'm sorry to hear that you're super stressed with work. Yeah, and of course, no worries if you have to be answering a phone call or something. Of course, that's just naturally, of course, you have to be taking care of that then. Yeah, no problem, Caesar. Of course, it's nice to know beforehand that something like that might happen. But yep, alrighty. It's just, hopefully you can just relax and there won't be any phone calls during this time. There is another man here that unfortunately holds some sway. Wagstaff, a tidecaster. Possibly the last tidecaster from what I understand. He crosses his arms, his muscles tensing relaxedly. He practically founded this place years ago, and truth be told, he's the one responsible for its creation, legal or not. We don't always see eye to eye, but I did trust that his decision was respectful of the Overlord's will. A dull crash interrupts the exchange. A forge helper, hands still trembling, hastily attempts to gather up the pieces of a dropped bowl. Nearly several onlookers have gathered to observe the meeting and whisper nervously amongst themselves. Forgive them, Fatebinder. They are understandably anxious. As you know, men and women live and die by your words. These people here, all of us in fact, are wondering what your intentions are for this settlement. I guess I would rather say I haven't decided yet, because it's one or two otherwise. If I would just say straight up, it's one or two. I would never, of course, go on, yeah, must be put to the sword. Maybe no. There was all this DLC, extremely curious how it will go. Yep, this does seem interesting. I haven't decided yet. I have questions of you first. I am sure there's much more you'd like to know about the wound. Ask away, anything you need. What do you do here as one of the wound's leaders?
I don't look the part, I know. Most of my killed huddle by the heat of their forges and stick to themselves. Here I think of my watch more as a heart. Everyone is invited to share in its warmth.
In a practiced motion, he unfastens a rack looped around his belt and wipes off trace amounts of sweat from his already spotless brow.
Perhaps that's better. Obviously, I work the forge. In a place like this, that means everything. Those bridges you see, my handiwork. The knives and weapons everyone's carrying, they come from the forge. The nails holding our containers together and keeping our shelters uptight. Upright even, mine again. But most importantly, I created these stone sieves to clean the water.
He pats one of the open stone receptacles, pride evident in his voice.
Worst of its kind and none too soon. When I came here, many were sick with the withering rot, the disease into water. It's a terrible way to go, but these sieves change things.
Understandable. How do the stone sieves work?
Trade secrets, I'm afraid.
He pauses for dramatic effect.
Except for members of the court. It's really a matter of using the right combination of enchanted stones, pulverized charcoal, and a few precious stones in a precise arrangement. These materials act as the sieve in these containers.
He points towards the base of one of them, drawing your attention to water dripping out of small opening and into a collection bowl.
Anything that comes out of there is free of the disease. Now, this place isn't exactly bustling with precious stones, so I had to devise a substitute. Beastman claws and teeth, when properly prepared, have the properties I need. Since they regrow over time, I've been able to collect donations from our many warriors. I do prefer using stone wherever possible, though.
What does a master of napping do?
Ah, and I shall tell you.
He places a hand upon his belt and runs his fingers across the many hammers, chisels, and picks draped across his waist, stopping at the simple stone hammer.
Masters of napping focus on the fundamentals of all forge work. Before you can make bronze and iron, you need hot fire and in controlled space.
In a controlled space.
You need a stone forge.
He grips his belt firmly, putting out his chest slightly as he speaks.
Give me a few days and I can take a pile of rocks and fashion proper stone hammers and tools. Give me a few weeks and I can use those tools to build a virtue forge. And with that forge, I can create anything you'd ever need. Stonework is the purest form of our craft. Civilization could be reduced to ashes, and a master of napping would be the one to reforge it.
What about this Tidecaster Wagstaff?
You should know that Wagstaff and I aren't on the best of terms. He's old and set in his ways. I've tried, believe me. I reached out, invited him to share my fire and talk like men. But he's the sort that prefers his own company and ideas. He doesn't seem to care about people the way I do. In fact, I think he views us as irritants one must endure.
He sighs loudly, shaking his head with an exaggerated smile.
He does help the wound, I'll grant him that. Cleansing water with his magic. His methods are different, and mine, of course, far slower. He thinks his contributions are more valuable since they can combat disease. A valuable tool, for certain, but without the volume of water produced from my stone sieves, this settlement would die in a span. In the end, he just refuses to accept that his role has changed. He helped the wound get its bearings years ago, but being the first does not make one qualified to lead. He hates that people have responded to me and has been blinded by that.
What do you know about Reef Talon? He holds a bowl of crushed rock aloft, squinting to examine its contents as he speaks.
So you've heard. It's unfortunate what happened to her. Reef Talon arrived a year after I did. Massive creature, one of the largest beasts I've ever seen. She never spoke of her past much, but we knew she was in flight. when she stumbled upon the wound with her cups. He pulls a fragment out of the bowl, running it slowly between his fingers. Whatever she fled from, it didn't stop her from devouring the bane. She was good at it, good enough to lead the beastmen, but Reef Talon had something else far more important. She could heal others with a mere touch. Didn't matter if you had been raked by the bane or fell on your own sword. She could close up a wound and send you on your way like nothing ever happened.
That is no ordinary magic. How did she do this? Lore skill experience.
I don't think she knew herself. She wasn't a student of her craft, not even using Beastman mystics as a standard. What I do here, that's not an accident. It's years of controlled study and meticulous perfection. Rafe Talon simply acted on instinct and that didn't work to anyone's benefit.
With a dissatisfied shake of the head, he flicks the unwanted ship into the water.
Sometimes we're better off without such miracles. Those Reef Talons healed slowly became sick. It was impossible for them to sleep even when exhausted, and the relentless waking drove them mad. The affliction takes a while to fully take hold, but the end result is always the same.
Master of napping actually naps. Yeah, totally.
Even worse, those bestowed with magic slowly lose their gifts.
He looks towards the forge, a pained expression visible on his face.
Now they're just known as the Sleepless, all of their life and vitality robbed and spent. A terrible end, Fatebinder. Rafe Talon couldn't face her mistake and she fled into the old walls like a coward.
Or maybe there would be some sort of answer to that. He circles around the platform, speaking as much to passers-by as with you.
And to think that many here saw her as a leader. What leader runs in the face of adversity? Those of us that remain, we are the ones that continue to hold up Baston's wound. I'll toil every day to keep the fires of my forge running, and the people can see who they can truly rely upon.
Nearby onlookers shout and pump their fist in support, elicting a raised fist from the forge-bound master in return. So how do you deal with the bane?
In case you haven't noticed, the beastmen with us aren't your common feral savages. Something about this place focuses them, whether they come as our workers or on their own, and they all eventually become fixated on the bane. I've seen some hunched over, guarding our portals for hours. If any bane came true, they'd savage them instantly. But apart from the bane, our beastmen aren't violent. Strange, but welcome.
He scratches his chin in thought.
I have no explanation. We never asked the beastmen to act as our sentries. They took it on naturally, and have never complained. We do lose some to injury, but so far their defenses have worked.
I don't know if I want to be clarifying my intentions as of yet.
He nods. Safe journeys, Fatebinder.
I am sure I can do it afterwards too, right? Yep. I could again ask that too, that can you free?
Will do.
But rather have to be thinking about it. I'd say. I'm thinking about it. So probably through there we could try to go. They are sleepless and he is a master of napping. It all makes sense, totally. All makes sense now. Oh yeah, there might have been stuff that I could have picked up before. Oh well. If I don't pick up everything, it's not the end of the world. At least at the first trip anyways. Merchant elegy. I would assume indeed here would be the other. Yeah,
Water sounds calmer here, and yet as deep as the sea.
Sirin really likes this location. I would assume that the other Tidecaster, as in Ep, would also have something to say here. Arranged at angles that recall the sigil of Gravelight, these crystals shimmer with the collected glow of what little radiance from Teratos' grave filters into these depths. Okay. Hello, Wagstaff. A bearded, withered figure stands by the pool's edge, eyes closed in concentration, his face uncharitably withered from the years of sun and wind. Is a collection of deep intertwining creases, wretched by a brittle-looking grey mane. One disapproving eye snaps open as you approach. The old man stomps on the end of the staff, flipping it upwards into his hands in an unexpected display of agility. He leans against it and looks at you through narrowed eyes, head bent upwards at a disdainful angle. A faint pinder. Well, this is going to be a shit day, isn't it? He mutters further to himself unintelligibly before speaking up again. Out with it then. I'm ready for whatever's going to spew out of your ballast hole. How nice of you. Ep, Sirin, and Beastwoman, these three seem to have something special in the place. Yeah, would make sense. I do wonder if I should, for this mission, go back and get at least Ep or something into here too. But at least we have Sirin. I guess it's fine. We don't have everyone that would have something special in this location. But, yeah. The hostility is unwarranted. I'm just here to talk. Just to talk. That remains to be seen, but who am I to question a faint pointer? You should know that my hostility is rarely personal. Spew some pile when curious neighbors approach, and they likely keep to themselves in the future. My recipe for harmonious relations. I assume someone pointed you towards me to speak for the settlement. If there are matters to discuss, then so be it. I may not like it, but I too lead these people. Frankly, only because nobody else can. That stone-stallion fool, Jaspers, will talk himself into believing he's up to the task, but don't believe his bluster for a moment. Anyway, I'll just ask the question everyone's wondering. What are your intentions with us? Glare silently. Immediately. I'm so tempted to say Claire silently. But I haven't decided yet. I just want to watch. I haven't decided yet. I have questions for you first. Very well. What does the faint panda want with this old Tidecaster? Tell me about Tidecasters. We are the students of Occulted Shade, Archon of Tides. She was one of the founding pioneers of the Tears, and her school has been the longest running institution of learning in the Peninsula. Don't listen to what the sages say. Why didn't you leave with the others? I was one of the few to stay, and why not? This is my home. I don't care about Kairos' war or the slaughter sport of these Archons, but I also wasn't about to sail west to die of starvation on the high seas. The promised lands are a lie. The ocean goes onwards, or maybe you fall off the edge, or wrap around to the east coast of Teratos and land right in Kairos' lap. If I'm to die, let it happen to my father's coast. In my father's coast and my mother's land. What have you been doing since the school's departure? I spent the first few span dealing with some unfinished business. A half-dozen sages had wronged some friends of mine, and I'll admit, Wensons occupied me for a hard time.
When Kairos' forces came, I decided to stay far from the beaten path. I set out to the mountains to find privacy. This place was serendipity writ large. When others stumbled upon this place, it somehow shifted from hovel to home. I did not expect to ask for that responsibility of caring for these people. But now that I wear it, the mantle is comforting. What did you do in the school before the war? Provost at Antiquities was the official title. My life's work was the creators of the school's past, the relics, the sermons of the occulted shade, the life stories of Tidecaster elder past, that sort of work. My personal interests have always been the fluid magics of our school. Most of the school embraces the mighty power Cravelight. I almost can't blame them. For me, water, mist, ice, and fog have always been more immediate, more real, more worthy of understanding. Yep, Ep does think that she would be the last Tidecaster, so I would assume that there would be something there with Ep for sure. Why didn't the Tidecaster stay and fight Kairos? If I may be so bold to answer your questions with a question, why do you think it was? Not many folk seem to know the truth, so I'm curious what one of the Kairos' soldiers believes happened. Claire silently. Not this. Maybe. Rightly. Claire silently. I guess rational self-interest would make sense. Maybe. I would like to be able to answer the way Ep told it, as in that leader of theirs specifically did not want to fight. I don't think she was afraid, she just... They knew that she would... Eventually, the war would be lost. And then they wouldn't be free, the land would change, so wanted to go and find something else. So I don't completely know if any of these are completely right. Maybe I'll say this. I assume they didn't want to die and felt their chances were better on the open seas given the school's skill set. You aren't that far from the truth, at least for many of the Tidecasters the high seas are truly home. For many the danger of the seas was a lesser worry than war with Kairos. The truth is our Archon lacked the skill to resist. Scores of Tidecasters created war, but lost heart at the notion of facing the enemy without occulted shade leading the charge. Enough, I don't wish to revel in the cowardice of the Tidecasters. I'd made my decision to stay. I'm not pretending I'm some brave hero, but at least I'm trying to hold on to some little port in the storm. Something else then. The old man clears his throat and taps his staff against the floor. What else do you want of me? What do you do here as one of the leaders? He shakes his head. I'm the only true leader, as I've said before, but I won't belabor the point. He clears his throat. 3 years ago I stumbled across the old walls and very quickly found I wasn't alone. A clutch of hungry and sick talismen had stumbled upon this enclave as well. I had come here to escape Kairos' forces, but I'm nothing if not driven by noblesse oblige. Noblesse oblige? I don't... oblige?
Noblesse oblige? I'm not sure how I should be saying that stuff. I decided I'd fade anchor for a bit and help out. His staff dips into the pool at his feet, sending ripples across its surface. Water was both the problem and the solution. The surfaces were surrounded by it, but couldn't drink it without picking up whatever old walls-induced disease lived within it. Withering rot, we call it. Let him continue. To a tidecaster, these are trivial matters. So long as I'm here, making a solution to purify the water is simple matter. I make life here possible. It's a difficult burden, but I'm honored my talents are put to good use. How do you purify the water? It's impossible to convey the intricacies, but suffice it to say that I must infuse water with graphite energy. This combined with trace amounts of alcohol and beastman blood counteracts the mortifying effects of the old horse water. I see the look in your eye. Were not beastmen willingly give these vital fluids when they can? It's a tiring process, but it produces clean and restorative water. Jasper's product is an amateur's imitation and will never sustain this place in the long run. That's why I've taken on Inspit Monikor as my apprentice, to safeguard this process. And unlike Mo, she knows just when to stay out of my way. What should I know about Jaspers? His eyes glaze over at the mention of his rival's name. Ugh, if only that rock powder would just shut up. He loves the sound of his own voice. He grips the rope in on his waist, squeezing it with a clenched fist. Unfortunately, his fort is on the upper level, so his soliloquies flow down here to ensure my misery. This place has better acoustics than the Academy of Tides. Lucky me. He thinks because he can cleanse the water, not as well as I do, mind you, that he can pontificate at all hours of the day. I nearly drowned myself once rather than listen to one of his tirades, you know. But I knew the moment my body was discovered he'd be raining at a righteous speech about cowardice down upon my corpse. That wouldn't do. Look, I'll say it plain. Jaspers has a big mouth and he talks incessantly about transforming Bastard's wound into something great. But the truth is that he's just out for himself. He slams his staff into the ground, mouth quivering as he speaks. I built this place from nothing, and he thinks he can come in and claim it when the hard work has already been done. Not on my watch. I heard a beast woman here once held sway. He cocks an eyebrow. Reef Talon. Curious case, that one. She pawned her way into these caves a year ago with her cubs. A vicious fighter, for certain. Bane of the Bane, I like to say. She took charge of the tribe, but had a curious way about her. The most fascinating beast I'd ever met. Oddly pensive, strangely polite. Prone to painting. Interesting. Let him continue, it's just Dr. Claire silently. Kinda, yeah. Things really got unusual when, after a bloody dust-up with the Bane, Reef Talon healed some other members of the patrol with her touch. I can't say heal with a straight face. Those who had their wounds healed by Reef Talon felt spectacular for a few days, but by week's end a whole host of new maladies overtook them. Reef Talon was a mystic. She claimed she wasn't, and I've never known a beast to downplay her strengths. But as sure as water's wet, she could mend wounds with a mere touch. So she must have had some training, having seen what her healing did. Hindsight tells me why she would be hesitant to discuss her mystic training. What sort of a problem happened to those who were healed? It started subtly, really. Folks treated by Reef Talon just slept a little less each night. At first, claiming they felt too hale and hearty to sit in bed.
Later, they'd be exhausted from days spent waking, yet unable to sleep. The old Tidecaster shifts his fate with a sigh, and after days of being sleepless, other things would start to go. Tempers, memories, first of all a few who could work sigils lost the talent. Imagine spending an afternoon listening to Jasper droning on about the virtue of pulverizing stone. You'd be frustrated and exhausted, somewhat murderous in intent, but for some reason you can't sleep. Night turns to day, which turns to night. We took to calling those affected the sleepless, and warned others of what became from those cured by Reef Talon. So what became of Reef Talon? A few spawn pack, a patrol of disfavored were in the mountains, searching areas struck by Cain's magic, so they said. Well, they stumbled upon our little refuge and being disfavored, were shocked and appalled, not just by us squatting in the old walls, but by the beast men living with us. A few even deferred to Reef Talon during the parley, and seeing humans too look to a beast woman was rather appalling to those iron hugs. The meeting quickly turned violent. Man leads beast, not the other way around. Such things should not require an explanation. We pestered the disfavored, but Reef Talon fled during the altercation. I guess a combination of guilt from warping her fellows with magic, and a feeling of shame that her presence roused the disfavored to attack us. I have no proof, but I think Reef Talon fled to save us from her. There's plenty of folks who hate her, but I, for one, don't think her actions were ever malicious. Protecting this place is all she cares about. And she probably realized she had to go to save us all. Hey, good evening and welcome to stream, Milan. I hope your week has been a good one. I've been fine. Stress, of course, but fine otherwise. Regardless of her specific motivation, I'm certain she fled deeper into the old walls. Not topside. Someone claims she dove into the water. Another claims she had just a teleporter. Either way, she hasn't been into the village since the disfavored arrival. If anyone can survive the depths of the old walls alone, it's Reef Talon. That said, she'd been gone a while now, and I'm not sure I'd wager money on her survival to date. What happened to the sleepless? When Reef Talon fled, almost all of the sleepless went with her. Whether they chased her out of anger or fear of being deserted, I don't know. You might find a few here in the refuge, but most of them have taken their chances in the depths of the old walls. Isley, a woman whose life is already marred by the tragedy of wedlock to Jaspos, was the last person healed by Reef Talon. She's still cogent. Who knows how long that will last? Poor woman. Isley, okay. The sleepless grow more detached from reason with each day spent waking. I half imagine most went into the old walls to find death at the talons of the Bane. If I lost the ability to rest, if my magic was taken from me, I'd probably do the same. I don't know if I want to be making the decision yet. Good. He closes his eyes and returns to his recitations. More or less fine, everyone. I was thinking that that person, I saw that name somewhere around here. That, at least I think I did. Who wasn't able to sleep. One of the few sleepless. Did I or did I not? Isley, right? It's her, I think. I don't know, should I be making the decision? Maybe I should. There's the question, what should I for sure decide? Yes. What do you intend, Faintbinder? Well, obviously enough, not this.
Should I just let it completely operate independently or provide material support for the court? What sort of material support would they be able to give? Yeah, not going to go for the sword. That's just not gonna happen. Then I would have to fight them all pretty much, most likely. This kind of feels correct, though, as in when it comes clear that this place exists to the court, to the other people, I think this is the only way that they could be allowing this place to exist. I could let it operate independently, totally fine, but if the other people would find out about this place, I don't know if they would be able to agree of this place just existing. Here's the plan. Take Ebb and tell old Tidecaster about the sword. What sword other than this one? Put to the sword. I guess I would try this. This settlement stretches the interpretation of Kairos' laws. To justify its existence, the wound must provide material support for the court. Well, that's a lot of rings. He nods, slowly at first, then forcefully.
Yes, you're right. We can and we will. There's much that we can achieve here, and I have many ideas on how we can move forward to meet the court's demands. Consider this my first tie to the court. If we continue to prosper, perhaps there might be more.
Jaspers unhooks his purse from his belt and without separating the rings, hands you the full thing. Excited whispers can be heard behind you as onlookers take in the news with visible relief. A few settlers quickly escape towards different corners of the settlement, spreading word to the anxious.
We aren't rich in material wealth, but the wound has incredible potential. Between the ruins above and the depths below, there are treasures to mine that we can deliver to you. It will take some effort, but with your assistance we can deliver on that promise. On that note, if you've the time, I have matter that could benefit from your expertise.
You may ask, but I make no promises. This one, yes. And thank you, Milan. Have a fun evening as well. I hope you will have fun. You finally asked for a bribe. Yeah, but I wasn't meaning just for myself as sus. It wasn't just that, hey, he needs to give me a bribe. But in this situation, it does make a little bit more sense because this is a goddamn full village. Not just that, okay, I want to get some money from a person so that I would make a decision so that they would be happy with it. But this is a full village that can provide something like this a little bit better than, oh well, this otherwise I would choose differently, otherwise I would completely condemn them, but only because they have given me this money I would choose to side by them. That's different. I don't consider this exactly a bribe, because I wouldn't have destroyed them ever, but I think for justifying their existence, they should be providing to the court. I just didn't specifically mention or mean myself as the court member that should be benefiting. Yeah, I understand, Milan. I do. So, just hope you have a fun evening. Okay.
We don't have the luxury of trading with the topside. It could attract the wrong kinds of attention. Instead, we craft what we need. In my case, I can make a wide variety of tools, but I can't make everything. When we were building the forges of Lytian's Crossing, I had access to some of the finest chisels, tappers, and abrasives. I carried only my travel kit with me when I found myself in the wound. I've been able to craft a few replacements, but to my chagrin, I haven't recaptured the craftsmanship. The knapping tools needed are rather specialized, and I lose sleep knowing I can't replace anything I break. Since I've been missing, I imagine my tools were appropriated by my colleagues in Letion's Crossing. Lohara will no doubt know of their whereabouts. With my old tools, I could really stay on top of the work that's needed to keep this place running. Here I could say my help rarely comes free, but this is a little bit different. This is like a personal matter. Sure, I could be asking something, but on the other hand, I could be doing this and then probably will get rewarded anyways. That would seem logical. I will speak with Lohara. I'm sure this will be a simple matter for you, Wade Pinter. Thank you for your assistance. You mentioned needing assistance with something. We don't have the luxury of trading on the top side. That's the same thing. That's weird.
Right.
Well, I've decided how to
that.
deal with the settlement now then, so can I now talk to more people as a result? Possibly? Yes, I can. So that's how it works. I had to make the choice. You see, can't sleep without napping tools, yeah. See you in the Yakuza stream then, Milan, and I hope you have a fun weekend before that. But Isley was the one that wasn't able to sleep. With a despondent sigh, the forge-bound smith unfastens the strap around one of her pauldrons and drops the metal appendage to the floor, exposing a muscular figure. She quickly traces a sigil with her unclaved hand and touches a hammer dangling from her smock, frowning as it stubbornly remains inert and unsympathetic to her magical entreaties. She glances up as you approach. Sorry, Faintpider, my spellcraft hasn't been cooperative of late. I take it you're not here to talk about my preoccupation? Anything in particular you'd like to discuss? She offers a forced, polite smile, but can't maintain it for more than a moment. What happened earlier with the hammer? I was embarrassing myself again. Seems like that's my only reliable talent these days. Her cheeks grow flushed as she looks to the ground. I thought I was competent napper, practically a journeyman in skill. Lately, even the simplest preparatory spells affects me, like the sorry display you witness. She raises her eyes to meet yours. Something about this place is hollowing me out from the inside. Whatever watch burns inside grows cold. Let's not speak any more of it. You are becoming one of the sleepless, aren't you? 5 Lorsker. I think I am. Started when I broke my hand under the mullet. Rookie mistake. I asked Reef Talon to heal it, but things have gone sour ever since. Can't sleep, can't summon a sigil to save my life. First of all, She lowers her hand down to her stomach, frowning as she thinks better of saying more. I don't know how much time I have left. I just want to enjoy whatever last moments I have with Jaspos. Do you enjoy working for Jaspos? I do. Jaspos introduced me to knapping, and it came easier than pottery, my first craft. If we hadn't fallen in love and married, I might have returned to the north and stayed in Kyros's good graces. She slowly nods as if recalling a long forgotten memory. But so, she actually fell in love with him, and considering touched the stomach basically, then maybe that the worst could be that I would have even lost a child, but maybe just that just no wouldn't be able to have children anymore, mayhaps about that, or just pain, a lot of pain, not exactly certain, but nonetheless. What do you do in the forge? I am Jaspos' apprentice, have been so for the last few years. She scoops up a small clay pot and spins it between her fingers. Knapping wasn't originally my specialty. I apprenticed under Master Erasma back in Letion's Crossing. But a freak accident meant that she'd take her secrets of the ceramic arts to the void. Jaspot had just finished his work and was returning north for more training with the guild, so I joined him.
Long story short, we stumbled upon the wound and stayed, and I took on a new trait with Jaspers as my mentor. I hope I can do something for you.
On it.
Talk to the forge-bound in Lethian's Crossing, yes. Indeed, I too need to do that at some point. Donovus, the forge-bound apprentice, stares intently at the amber hide he holds aloft, pounding its surface methodically with a heavy iron mace. The light from the nearby heart dances across his eyes. As you draw closer, the pungent odors of tannin agents thickening in the air. He turns to you wearing a stoic expression.
Is there a problem? You need something?
What's your role in the settlement?
This is my 3rd year apprentice under Jaspers. Between that and trying to keep this settlement running, I'll never shorten work.
He flicks a chunk of animal fat from his belt buckle and glances around the chamber, frowning.
Whenever I can, I slip away to the surface with the woundkin for a good hunt. Gaze and hollows aren't meant for the living. I get my materials from the guild, husk for tools, hide for sturdy clothing, the rest goes to tents, cots, and we haven't even gotten down to the meat. The woundkin, they understand better than we do. I suppose I'm also a napper, Jaspers has to pass down his art, right? But everyone knows my passion and skill is in tanning. How has apprenticing for Jaspers been? Difficult, don't mistake me. I pledged to follow him and my loyalty doesn't waver, but I damn well wish we'd just returned to the north as planned instead. I'm stuck inside this old wall, surrounded by bane, branded as a traitor in Kairos' eyes. He scrapes a worn knife against a whetstone dangling from his belt. Jaspers didn't like my interest in leatherworking. I think he saw it as an insult to his craft. If I flavored it so much, I should have sought apprentices with the Master of Tanning, right? Well, consider that another thing I planned to do had we returned north. Truth is, people need my skill with hides and pelts far more than my attempts at napping. Every time I clot or feed someone as they thank Jaspers, he has less and less to say about it. Now that Ark has apprentice with him, I think he's content to let me dabble in tanning.
Alright, have fun dabbling with tanning. Alrighty. Otherwise, this area is then talked with. There wasn't anyone else here. There's Arcas here, just the Jaspers, yep. So Arcan is the main apprentice now then. A man clad in the frayed remnants of his Earthshaker uniform, used to be an Earthshaker then, focuses intently upon dark stones held in cupped hands. His eyes move from one piece to the next. He hears your footsteps and shifts his gaze to meet yours.
Fane Pider, forgive me, I didn't see you. Jaspers has me performing these exercises to attune my senses to see the shapes hidden within the rock.
Flustered, he quickly tugs on the hem of the shirt and straightens his belt.
I may not be with the disfavored anymore, but I still recognize a fate mind's authority. Is there something you need from me?
How does an Earthshaker end up in the company of the motley?
I'm the odd man out, I know, he motions to his purple-grey garments. After Cain had been declared a criminal, Grevenage charged us with scoring the Archon's belongings and retracing his path. I was a group headed to the Gate of Judgment. As we got west across these mountains, we came upon this place. Of course, any association to Cain didn't make me popular with the Legion. Della Sophia was all too eager to remind me that if Cain's treachery were ever to come to light, all Earthshakers would likely be executed for assumed collusion. So, you'll forgive me if after stumbling upon Pastor's wound and facing insurmountable odds in battle, I decided to surrender rather than join my hateful companions in death.
I understand, though. What do you think of Pastor's wound?
I find myself at home here, even if everything about the old wall seems antithetical to the life.
Antithetical to life.
If the pain don't kill you, the water will. Without Jaspers, this place couldn't exist.
His eyes move from the churning water to the massive stone walls stretching towards the sky.
The old walls have always been invigorating spaces for mages of my ilk. They're like untapped fonts of magical energy and the ancient masonry. Inspiring. What was life like to people that shaped these massive walls?
He shrugs, amused. You speak well of Jaspos. Jaspos is many things. Teacher, husband, companion. Arke's gaze turns thoughtful. He is teaching me to connect with the stone in deeply personal way. Earthshakers manipulate rock, but we don't feel or shape them with the intimacy of the forge-bound. Well, that's an interesting difference. Talk to you later then. Strange, so many forge-bound are here. Why not going to the Legion's costume? I guess they just left from there. They were planning to go elsewhere and just happened to decide to stay here. Well, everyone else is his apprentice. He decided to stay, so all the others then stayed because he stayed here. Sort of, I guess. I do guess that we were supposed to supposedly go and kill Earthshakers that would have been left alive, but, or at least that was the disfavored's quest in here. But I don't know if I really need to. I never said that I would, so. Never said that I would at the very least. Interesting. Lantry may want to speak to Mel about his master Lexim. They are both sages, okay? Lantry would have something here too. Bring him to Master's Wound to talk to Mel. That's of course then different. All sort of evidences. Evidence against the no voices of Nerat. All uncovered evidence will be listed here. The Scout Corps aided the Unbroken during the Civil War. The voices of Nerat unleashed the Archon Serene, who solved chaos and even enchanthed his favorite soldier. The voices of Nerat was used in Harch and Bronze to funnel weapons to the Venetian Guard, which are pretty big problems, pretty big things to say against the voices of Nerat. And then the Craven Ashe. During the conquest, this favorite soldier killed sages who were recruited to the Scarlet Chorus. These favorite voices were either unqualified or too undermanned to take Duskwatch by force, demonstrating Ashe's misappropriation of soldiers even in his own territory. Soldiers wanted to adjust the Twin River Old Walls, and soldiers wanted the steadfast insignia and artifact lost in the Old Walls. They sent a civilian to trespass within the Blade Grave Old Walls on their behalf. But that is... You shouldn't be sending freaking normal people, civilians, into those sort of places. Certainly not. Well. Everybody wants to go here, yeah? I can understand why Lantry might wish to come into here. I guess I should explore this later and explore first areas in here all the way, because I didn't explore that area much. Go upstairs as well in here. I think that's okay. And we'll see. There's gonna be a lot of people to talk to, I'm sure, overall, nonetheless. So... thinking that there was some people to talk in here too. We did visit here previously, but we had to make that decision first. Faint Pinder, she paused deeply. Welcome to the Wounds Farm, the only source of wood within the old walls. Bet you never imagined anything like this down here, did you? You look like you've got questions in need of answers. You run this farm? That I do. Have since shortly after we arrived here. I may have been a mercenary up top, but down here I've developed into quite a farmhand, she chuckles. I turn the soil, haul up fertilizer, even sing to the plants. I've near grown to love this farm like it's my own child, except unlike a child, the farm feeds me. The farm feeds the full community. Near enough. Quainet caters some stuff from topside on occasion, but most people get their food from here. We got a full host of vegetables, and the mushrooms down here turned out to be tastier than anything grown in shit has any right to be. Got pigs too, for the occasional feast day. I keep everything orderly and efficient. One slip up and we're talking months on tight rations at best. These crops can be real particular about the kind of water they like. Give them too much, too little, the wrong kind, and next thing you know, they're limp and brown. Is it normal for plants to be so picky about their water? Given that it normally falls randomly out of the sky, I doubt it. Well, every plant is different, but the water situations down here are real touchy. Just was will this work for the topside plants since it's more or less what they're used to. Those stone jugs of his get rid of whatever makes people sick while keeping the nutrients my veggies need. Give that water to the mushrooms though, and they stop glowing. Then they shrivel up, no good for anything. No idea why. I figure the topside nutrients killed them. Wagstaff's water is about as pure as it gets though, and the mushrooms take it to it just fine. Interesting, so Jasper's water is fine for all the other plants, but you need then the tide gasser's water to be able to have the mushrooms. Technically, if you eat your child, then yeah, they could be feeding you, but in this case, it's a little bit, I think, more appropriate than actually with children feeding you. But yes. Alright. Then there's Lunet. Howdy, Faintbinder. To be honest, I didn't expect a cowardly type like you to show up in this piss hole. Would have thought you'd have better things to do than check up on a few whittling greens growing in piece shit. What can I do for you? How did you end up in the wound? I came in, 2 years back with the Free Blade Marauders? Been in the wound ever since. Who or what is Free Blade Marauder? Nothing but the finest of the many fine mercenary groups out of the Free Cities. There's the Free Blades, the House of Broken Regions, a few others. On the Bronze Brotherhood out of the Free Cities. The Brotherhood? These fucking fucks can go fuck themselves. Especially the Ratterman, whatever his fucking name is. What a huge cock and crazy as a beast woman raised on patch shit. One of these days he'll lose his head to one of his own people. You mark my fucking words. What do you do around the farm? Well, we used to have a patrol out in the ruins, keeping the entry fee of any unwanted visitors. With Hill Strider and her crew. About a year ago, though, my damnful husband didn't pull out in time, and the wound found himself another mouth to feed. Okay. Course, the worthless bastard went and cut himself torn to pieces fighting Bane, so I'm up here tending crops and letting my sword arm go to waste so the kid doesn't grow up an orphan. She sighs. Don't get me wrong, he's a good kid for a babe. I'm just damn glad he's out of me. Tiger's got me on a vegetable duty, which suits me just fine. Don't know if it's some post-pregnancy bullshit or something, but those creepy glowing mushrooms make me want to lose my lunch and dinner. She glances towards Tycho. She's been howling more than usual as of late, like she thinks I'm slacking off. Okay. Some interesting discussions to be had. Faint illumination from the sky above limns the jagged edges of the fractured old walls overhead. Far below you can make out the flickering dots of torchlights marking the wound's community. Who's you? Ocean's Fury. Smooth blue fur frames this massive beast woman's flat face, her blunt snout wrinkling as she sniffs at you. Her skin in those spots where you can see it glistens almost pearlescent. Her upper lip curls back to expose dagger-sharp teeth. Human smells of flame, mystic power, of singed fursuit and plumed smoke, she snorts. Yet look small and frail like hairless whelp. What does human disturb Ocean's Fury prowling's vigil? I've seen a lot of different beastmen here. How many tribes call the wound home? One on one more than one. One and more than one. I guess they are kind of one, but they're not one. Like human tribes, but grow stronger in difference. One and more than one. What's that mean?
One tribe called Woundkin hunts prey in Bastard's Wound. All beast women answered the Woundkin name. All did look to Reef Talon as prima, before Reef Talon left into old walls. So what tribes did they belong to before all became Woundkin? Ocean's Fury and Reef Talon are Mandapons, first among tribes. She draws herself up proudly and thumps a closed paw against her chest. Mandapon hunts seas, sifted sharks, range long coasts from starboard to sea, rule oceans where humans bring no war. West weavers of fur-like crust range northern lands, higher steer not many days from Wound towards sunset, where humans fear tread. Yep. She seems to consider the tribe West weavers best hunters in grasslands, good hunters in mountains. She saps slightly, poor hunters in sea salt. Stone Solkers small but roam in large packs. Strong mystics know the stone song of earth blood. Good hunters in mountains, not as good as any other place. A few others stalk with Woundkin, chases clouds and gloom of dawn Katvana, only few left. Okay. 1 and 2, yes, totally. What was that about the tribe's differences? Her eyes narrow slightly. Each tribe knows its hunting grounds best. Mandaborn best swimmers, small stone stalkers climb quickest. Shadow runners blend with night and stalk with cunning. Simple. What do you mean by your prowling vigil? Ocean Fury prowls woundworm, hunts pain with claws and fangs, drives away trespassers with claws and knuckles. She points out to the vast gulf to the north. Old walls split down center to lightning fork stump. Pain slip across gulf. Ocean's Fury watches always. Always, eh? She snorts and nods. Sure. So many people to talk to. Kratos. Seeing you approach, he straightens up to seem a little taller. Wasn't expecting to see a fate finder down here. Name's Kratos, protector of the farm. He announces it like a title. You may have heard of me. I assure you we have not. Nope. I've already forgotten you. My companions are so nice. So, yeah, need me for something? Despite his armor, you can tell that he flexes his muscles. Tell me about yourself, Kratos, protector of the farm. Sunderborn and raised, didn't have much growing up, and the sea life wasn't for me, so I took up the blade. Been a warrior ever since, run with the House of Broken Regions before we ended up here. What is the House of Broken Regions? Surprised you haven't heard of us. We're the best bloody mercenary company out of the Free Cities. And don't let those mutterless free-blade marauders tell you different. We're the only crew to have bested those stalwart bastards, not that they ever admit it. A sour expression briefly mars his features. How do you protect the farm? It ain't obvious. I'm a fighter. A bloody good one, too. It's almost a shame to have me up here on the farm, so far from the howling pain. Want me to ask Taiko to reassign you? Subterfuge skill experience. I guess he doesn't really want that considering his hand motion. His eyes widen. That would be kind of you, but that would leave the farm underguarded. Maybe if it gets too bad down here, sure, but the beastmen seem to have it handled. Claw for claw. He swallows. Boop. Tycho has me looking after the mushrooms. She keeps a close eye on everything around here. Bit too close if you ask me. She's quick to remind me when I cook something up. Use the wrong water on the mushrooms once and she's up and deck to me. Obviously, I would have blocked it. He chops the air with an open palm. Or dodged it. He chokes illustrator to the left. If I thought anything like that was coming, he clears his throat. Obviously, as you would have totally done one or the other, totally. I so trust your skills. Anyway, had a black eye for weeks, not doing that again, and no how, no way.
He watches you go. Yes.
I got it.
You left the best ever picture to me about all of that. Definitely. But yeah, I think I at least talked to everyone here at the farms. Woohoo! Few people talked to. I think this is the heaviest dialogue area we had in the game so far. It would have been nice if we would have been able to at least discuss to these people before having to go and decide about what we do with this village. Because of the fact that then we could have already talked to some of these people last stream. Because I explored a lot of the area, nonetheless. But now I basically will have to redo the exploration because I didn't decide / talk to the leaders first. Which is kind of annoying. I was thinking that why can't I talk to these people who have names? They clearly named. I should be able to talk to them, but sadly that wasn't the case indeed. I will not probably talk to everyone at the start because it would take freaking forever. So maybe I should be going into here and actually starting to explore sooner or later. Mel at least is someone we talked to at the start, but I'll see if he has anything else to add, I guess. Fatebinder, you've returned. Yeah. I need to bring our Elantri to talk to Mel. I wonder, should I go then and quickly try to visit in a few places like the Legions Crossing to go and get some tools for that one guy and at the same time go and get Lantry? But on the other hand, I would like to go and explore that place, so... For what exact reason should I be bringing him? I just wonder if it's gonna be too late to bring him later. About his master, Lexim. Because if we would find Lexim, would this be up anymore? So, that's the big question. That's the big question, at least to me. What say you? Should I? Should I not? I'll talk at least to more people. What do you guys think? Should I go and get the Lantry first, or what should we do? Of course that's different then, but also they could have had some lines before and after the decision. Imagine that would take forever to read. Well, in a sense they did, as in a sense of they just said that, hey, I should go and talk and be merciful with my decision and stuff, but yeah. A weary-looking man observes you through dark, sunken eyes, nodding faintly as you approach. Fanebinder, greetings to you. Though unkempt and shaped in disheveled rags, he bows deeply in the style of Northern Tiesman's nobility. You observe that his right arm is emaciated and frail, seemingly rooted in place. Rostrom Length, son of the late Rostrom Vols, I saw you in the bastard city shortly after Tunun's arrival. We've come a long way from them, haven't we? He chuckles mirthlessly at the memory. Is there something I can do for you? Ah, tell me about yourself and Rostrom House. I think you're well acquainted with the manor and its grounds at this point. My father's legacy and my inheritance reduced to rubble and ash. They call it the Shattered Bastion. He runs his fingers across his eyes, tracing the dark circles that ring them. Rostrom House is but a memory now. Prior to Kairos' arrival, we were a successful merchant family with roots that extended from Azure's capital to Arden's coasts. My father never married, but that didn't stop him from asserting control over this land. Tiesman's laws be damned. I'm all that remains of his 3 heirs. How was Rostrom Manor destroyed? I suppose my father's optimism was to blame. Before the Overlord's forces even set foot in the Bastardstire, my father invited Tiesmans of all persuasions into these walls to resist Kairos. Didn't matter who you were. Once the tears fell, Cairn arrived to make an example of my family. That monster sundered the full damn mountain along with my home. My family was killed by the very walls meant to protect them. I was lucky as merely pinned by the stone column. I clutched as the floor heaved from Cain's onslaught. I'm sure 5 minutes after you get laundry, guess what? It will be needed. You'll have to do a couple of trips there and back again, but we'll complete a research or two, so it will have some positives. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I should do it first or should I not. On the other hand, Sirin especially wanted to also investigate this location, so it's a bit problematic. Maybe I should just do everything here first, whatever I want, and then I'll go and get people here. His main arm quivers from some unknown exertion. Eventually, a single finger extends downwards and points at his right leg, heavily scarred and bent at an unnatural angle. My fighting days are done, Finkbinder, even if I hate the Overlord more than ever. What do you do here personally? Shouldn't you be leading this settlement? Is this phase worthy of leadership? He snorts, running his hands through her unruly hair. No, I lack my father's ambition. I've seen where it leads. Besides, I have little to offer these folks beyond the memory of more optimistic days. He rubs a thick scar running down his arm. My father would be enraged if he saw me today, pacing the mushroom beds, or leading swine to slaughter. This life may not be worth much, but it's something at least. That's highly unusual for your father to claim land ownership. He didn't cleave to tradition. I'm sure that passing women the land and stuffing men aboard the ships made sense when our ancestors needed cleaner lines of inheritance. Man drowns, so woman wear the crown, as they say. My father never set foot in water. Goes to show how you can overcome any eccentricity if your coffers are full of rings. They speak more persuasively than you or I ever could. Alrighty, thank you. Elegy. Fatebinder, the woman before the cart greets you evenly. She wears her crane hair pulled back over fouled letters, her narrow eyes emphasizing the dirty creases above her cheeks. There's not a lot of trade in the wound, and little of that in the magical goods. If you need scribbles or mixtures cleaned from our forays into the old walls, I'm the one to ask. You know that collecting and distributing forbidden lore from the old walls is as serious a crime as settling in them, right? It's as serious. Well, fucked either way, aren't I? She shrugs. Don't worry, Binder. I wouldn't go selling to someone who wasn't a court luminary like yourself. Uh-huh. What can you tell me about Bastard's Wound? Not a bad little place to carve out a bit of life. Better than the war topside anyway. Wagstaff started things and he's been capable hand on the rudder, if that makes sense. Real father-like, as if got a stake in it. That overbuffed bricklayer Jaspos on the other hand, he just like every other shit came from with the conquest. Just looking for a way to bend the tears over and ram his poker up. She clears her throat. Got a bit over myself there. Sure. Sure thing. Here's what I've scrounged up. If getting everything will not include the sword, go for it. Hope this settlement won't be overrun by Bane or destroyed by Tidecaster versus Warshbound squabbles. Yeah, I don't want to destroy this place. I would like it to survive. It's interesting after all. What is this? Interesting. Great serpents churn the seas of the coast on the tiers in an ostentatious display of her wealth. A noblewoman of last harbor commissioned a bracelet scaled in sapphires, negging as inspiration tales of the beast beneath the waves. The collapse is cleverly obscured by the overlapping gems, giving the piece the impression of an infinite serpent wrapped about the wrist. Over the years, cerulean scales has garnered a reputation of its own. Tales claim that those who wear it can weather any storm or summon a storm of their own. That is interesting. Plus 15% to shock damage on abilities and spells and shock damage on hit. I like that. We do have money. So... But it is also expensive. But that is definitely something that I might like to get. So that's just like a better accuracy. Lightning core. These I already know. I don't know this one. But that's the only one I do not know. I kind of want to get this. I kind of want to get that. Let's see, could I sell something at the same time? I just have too much stuff that I have no idea what's good and what isn't. To be honest, that's a big problem. Let's just start selling a lot of these blue items, not that one. Blue items and some other stuff. I don't freaking... It's way too much freaking stuff. What is worth how much? That's not that much. That's not that much. I guess that was a little bit more. That's worth quite a bit. 27 gold. 100 and thrown weapons. Should I sell it already? 27. This is only 12. 13. I'm sure that these are worth only 13 gold or something. I won't be using. Ah, goddamn bronze great sword. Get the heck out of here. I don't know what to do with all of these goddamn items. No one actually uses spears. Why am I keeping any of these goddamn spears when I'm not using them? No one's using them. Don't need that either. No one's gonna use this bow anymore. No one's gonna use any of these type of bows, to be honest. No one. Just looking more or less to the price. If it's not that expensive, I think I'll just get rid of it. There's no point keeping them. Let's just sell some more goddamn stuff. Sky's Fury. Ironclave. Forgebound hammer seems like it should be something that I still keep though. Iron broken. Iron axe? Just an iron axe? I guess that's okay. At least I've gotten rid of a lot of freaking stuff. My god. Sage's boots. I could maybe use those. Those seem decent. Where did I buy it? I did buy it for myself even. So definitely want to use that. Just the question, which things will I replace? Where's the Sage's boots? Stash. Was it these? Yes. At least those are boots, even though they kind of look a little bit too big. But I guess they'll do. At least they're boots and not freaking sandals. Merchant's hat would be better what I have right now. Can't I just straight up equip it and not this way? That just looks so too weird though. I'm used to my hood. I can't be putting that on. Just can't. Maybe someone can, but I can't. That's just too weird. Too weird. Well, what did I have here? I had Raven Shawl, plus then the Subterfuge, and immunity to poisoned. I don't know if I specifically need to be immune to poison, but who should I give that to then? Okay, you have the regenerating one and +1 vitality, guess that's fine. +1 to quickness, plus then to parry. You won't be doing a lot of parry now though, will ya? So I guess Searing can be immune to that. And then maybe get this. Then you can get more parry. Seems more logical for him to have the parry at this point, especially if she's just using the longbow. Then she definitely will just dodge. So we had money for how long? Quarter of a stream? Well, still have a huge amount of money. I even have more money because I sold so much crap. But it's the only thing that matter. Yeah. Well, I'm still in that sense. I have to say that this is a relatively easy game when I'm still using my freaking original freaking Cinema Fate Binder of Tunon's armor. That is crap. And my well, at least this is Earthshaker's hood and not my original hood, but it's not that amazing. It's fine, I guess, but still wearing this nonetheless, the very original thing. Of course, this is not just original thing, and now if I would change to the goddamn sage boots, but these do look better. They fit me better. Unless this would be boots rather than goddamn sandals. But I don't know exactly how to, well, change everything the correct way, but hey, at least this would be nice because I do have shock damage. So, and spells that do shock, I could even increase the shock damage spells, I'd say, after buying that. Would make sense well enough. That's where I came from, right? Yes. No specifically a point to go there then. I wonder if there's specifically a lot of reason for me to try to talk to him again, even not her. Hi. The old man regards you as your boss, Fatebinder. Yep, can't talk to him about, my decision about the village anymore because I talked to the other guy. That's what I assumed, but just wanted to make sure. I demand sandals back, squeaky boots even. No. Gladly there's no squeaky boots to begin with, okay? Is there gonna be bad things coming from there? Seems like it.
Pierce, writhe on killing claws, feed tribes' lands with flesh and blood.
Okay.
And they have a hole that Bane come out of. This place just gets better by the heartbeat.
Yeah, amazing. It's the best place to be in.
On it.
I wonder, does this then take the same place as the other door, but just a different entrance? Hello. Insipid moniker. Welcome to our little refuge, Fatebinder. You are here to help us keep the wound clear of pain. Insipid moniker picks up at the slopots of dried blood on her greaves. So where's the patchwork armor of the Scarlet Fury? Are the pain constantly showing up like that? Welcome to our headache. The way the pain come and go, you'd think the teleporters were bedded curtains. Lucky for us, the beasts seem to love killing pain. They're putting more hours of sentry duty than any human, and I welcome the extra sleep. What's through the portal? That portal. That goes deeper into the untamed old walls. We sent patrols out to sharpen the beast's claws and lighten the numbers of pain. But we haven't exactly mapped it. How do you get the name? How did you get that name of Insipid moniker? Funny story that, she frowns. There's a piece of advice they should give every new chorus conscript, but don't. Every new chorus conscript. Ha! Verse belts abruptly before clapping a hand over her mouth and swallowing future chuckles. Somebody made the mistake of asking the voices for a nickname, didn't she? She snickers as she shakes her head. So that insipid moniker. What a name! I demand in advance you can equip those in Yakuza, don't worry. But no, I don't want to use those squeaky boots. I don't wanna. I could have been shits for days or bleeding sores. If I'd waited long enough, even hindsight would be more appropriate. Yeah, that would be a good name, hindsight. What do you do here, exactly? Whatever Backstab wants, guess you can call me an apprentice. I can read, which is more than most can say. It's more supple than the red work of the chorus, but I don't mind the change of pace. So the blue is the owner of Backstab? Exactly. Fucker iced half my gang with his spells, so now I fight for him. Those are the rules. In a twisted way, I think the voices would approve. Not that his approval is any safer than his frat. No, it's definitely not. I'd say. Then she just left for some reason or another.
I got it.
Guess can't use the teleporter myself though. But think of the entertainment value. Is there any though? Is there? After you've already used those boots, is there really entertainment value? So then, if you're here, do tell me, in Yakuza, is there so much entertainment value about me using the boots of squeakiness? Again. Merchant Anaxios. If you're wall smart, shop wall smart. Ha, ha, ha. That's what I always say. He clears his throat. Also, this is Walmart. Welcome. We don't have Walmart here, at the very least in Finland, so I guess this is my first trip to the Walmart of some sort or another. I'm working on cars to drive custom. What did you think? I'd start over from scratch. Cross your arms, say nothing. The color flees his face and his moustache seems to droop. Apologies, faint mother, I didn't mean any offense. I stock the staple foods and potions you expect from the Azure merchants at a haven value, all in the comfort of the old walls. What can you tell me about the bastard's wound? It's fantastic, so long as the beasts keep the pain at bay. Wagstaff's lads and lasses have been making short work of them too, and he keeps the waters from, well, let's just say you'll want to get your water from him. Or Jaspers, I suppose. Not against him, but he's got a bit of the old Northerner blowhard to him. Anyway, everyone is very entertaining, yeah. I don't know about that, if it's that entertaining. Yeah, Sotenteno is on my side. I don't know if she is on your side or not, but yeah, yeah, sure. No offense to yourself, of course. You plow seem entirely soft. Your plow seems entirely soft. That's not better, is it? I'll shut up now. Yeah, I'll see what you have an offer. As you wish. We're the cheapest in the wound. Sheep, as they. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. What's this then? Imperator's Old Walls Regalia. Light armor, nude. Scantilius, plus 20% to affliction duration, and unarmored immunity to sundered. Well, that's definitely interesting. I was indeed thinking, is this just underwear? And apparently it is, so well, it must be especially good for Serene in a sense that she could then just like, her afflictions would last even longer, because she's so scandalous. Yeah, nude, basically nude. A popular legend of the Tears ridicules Imperator Tessanax, a likely mythic Northerner warlord who swore the invisible armor he purchased from an adventurous raider of the Old Walls could protect him from any and all harm. Those who suggested he had been swindled were publicly fed to sharks. While Tessanax may never have existed, this armor certainly does. Probably. Well, I'm kinda tempted just because that's so freaking weird. Should we get the Imperator's Old Walls Regalia or not? That's my question to you guys. Should we or should we not? Do I really need healing potions more? Healing potions? I don't know. Should we or should we not? I do not know. I would, yes. At least I guess we could at least check how it looks. It's not like we have that big of a problem with money, and because the problem is I would love to basically buy sigils, but then on the other hand it seems like such a waste to buy sigils, because you might find them. So it's just, I don't know what to use the money for. At least the item that I bought for myself just a moment ago was cool, but some of this stuff is just, I really don't really know. So, Serene. Yay. We'll just be naked, basically. Just completely naked. It's basically better anyways. It has better deflection than this goddamn thing does. So, basically better. Yes. Would be so stupid looking if I used it. Definitely not me. Yeah, no. If someone uses it, it would be Serene, but her dress is a lot prettier than her just having this on. Being all naked. But it's better. It's better. It is better. I can't deny that. No matter how much I might like to. But I may not. Because it wouldn't be the truth, after all. And stuffs. West River Beast Woman and the Born Beast Woman. Apparently they're having some fun. The heavy odors of musk and urine loiters around these mat and straw nests, making their proximity to the sleepless dens to the west all the more surprising. I don't think they ever will injure each other though. So, especially with her playstyle going head to into dangers as crazy as that Emperor. She kinda is, I guess, but I kinda feel bad about making her wear it though. No matter if it would or wouldn't be fitting. Does feel a little bit wrong though. They played a trot kill sleep game probably. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Gloom of Dawn. Tread carefully, will not rescue if human falls into water. Why not? Merchant. Good day to you, Faintfinder. Let me be the first to tell you that all of my licenses are well in order, signed and sealed this very year. He swipes a layer of preparations from his crown and chuckles nervously. No reason at all to ransack my cart and confiscate my goods. I trade in whatever I can get my hands on these days. Care to have a look? What about the bastard's wound? Ah, what's there to say? Living in the depths of the old walls ain't exactly a wise man's dream, but neither is living under the constant threat of raiders. Lives down here by a back. My back gets watched by beasts. Jasper seems to have a pretty good handle on how things should be done. He's certainly more of a people person than Wagstaff, but that don't mean that I'd guess he's a bad person or nothing. Can't exactly say stay in touch with the supply lines down here, but at least I have customers with nowhere else to go. Alright, just this way. Remarkable sigil of strength. That's requires a lot of lore. It is remarkable. But yeah, it's difficult to sometimes say, shouldn't I be using some of those? Let's not use this door yet, let's try the other door first. It is the one close to the entrance, so it seems like a better choice to start with. To go and explore downstairs into the depths. Into the depths of this place, I assume at the very least. At least we basically, I think, got all the talking done, so kinda happy about that. We could finally actually go and explore. This place is anyways gonna probably be a lot of exploration to do. Wherever this actually takes us. I don't know. Ah, this is even just a shop. I wonder how then you go further into the goddamn old walls. Surely we can. It would be stupid if at no point we could be doing that though. Truly. If we can't, I would be extremely disappointed. A faint biter, just what the wound needs. Please speak to Master Jasper's to watch before pronouncing any verdicts. Don't worry, Master Jasper will know what to do. Totally. But yeah, I do hope that we can go from somewhere downstairs, otherwise it would suck. If we can't. This is just a village. I wanted to go and explore some dungeon or something. Maybe I just didn't find the right way yet. Plausible. Of course as well. There was this teleporter, but I don't see how I can use it. I guess this will be just another house. Only thing preventing us breaking Kairos' law of going into old walls is our ability to find it. Yep, indeed. This was definitely just another freaking house, after all. So that doesn't help me much. And besides, we've already broken that law for good reasons, to be able to even prove that the disfavored have sent people into the old woods themselves, knowing the rules. So... But that does seem to be the only... Like, these do seem to be the only exits from here. But I do have to say that I'm disappointed if I can't actually go and explore these old walls at all myself. That seems like they then haven't done everything correctly. Because the sage was trying to contact us. I really have to go and get first Landry to go and talk about the sage. But yeah, I don't see where I would need to then go to be going anywhere else in here, which does suck quite clearly enough. Well, I guess we're going and getting Landry and getting the tools from the Lytians crossing them, because I don't understand where I would need to go here. So, yeah. If you look from the map and you can see something that I've missed, do let me know, but I don't see anything at the very least. Okay. From here we can just go back into the Contamcairns passage. Again, no way to go into any of those places. I guess we can at some point, but we need Landry. Probably. That's my expectation anyways. Let's go get the goddamn Landry then. Let's go to Lytian's Crossing, I guess. Well, an encounter in the bastard tier. But I didn't see that the farm would have led somewhere else either, but maybe it does. But oh well, too late now. A man stands on the side of the road ahead. He flies no heraldry and makes no move to acknowledge you. He wears no armor, and if he's armed, his weapon is invisible. Let's talk to him. Approach him. The man doesn't move at all until you've almost reached him. Only then does his gaze turn towards you, his vacant eyes low to focus on your approach. Ah. He throws out the vowel, his lungs can no longer sustain it. Custom. Custom? Aye. He frowns as he lapses into silence. Then after a moment, Karolek. I am Karolek, purveyor of fine exotic goods. That which you don't know you need, I have. All for prices. Unreasonable. He blinks rapidly. Unreasonably good, that is. Exotic? Yes, exotic. Meaning? Water. Water? Old water. He shudders, and his eyes focus. His next words tumble out. Pain essence, too. Not much to look at, aside from the clothing, but quite the supplement in the bedroom. Ancient gems, stones that predate the... His attention wavers. Predates. Yeah, he's probably sleepless, I'd say. Are you sleepless? Sleepless, his forehead wrinkles. I sleep less. He nods sharply, as in he sleeps less. He sobs naughtily. Then I used to. I mean, a busy life, the road, constant travel, incessant danger, especially in times like... He frowns. Times. You need to go back to the wound. Would that in any way help him, though? I don't think so. So, I kind of would like it if I could talk to him longer, so I could try to see about Pine from him, but would be also able to send him somewhere. Language barrier, it seems. Total language barrier, indeed. I'm too interested to know what he has, though. Wise choice, he nods, head bobbing bird-like. Wise choice. Food of Rixartrix. Summon one of big. Rixartrix piglet. Okay. This hood belonged to a sorceress charged as a Rixartrix. The crime of being a quarrelsome woman, often used to harass and torture mages with no counterpart under Kyros's law. In the Bastards years, almost a century ago, when the local lawmen came to apprehend her, they encountered instead a porcine surprise the mage had prepared for them. By the time they'd recovered their senses, only this veteran hood remained of the witch they sought. Yes, summon a pig. I'm kind of tempted to buy it because it is with this sort of a person who otherwise wouldn't be here, so in that sense, old water, indeed. It is old water, but old water was supposed to be pretty bad, so as in dangerous. This very simple sample of old water offers protection from the attacks of the Bane and grants armor against spellcasting. I don't know about that one, do you? Killing blows and so cheap. I'll get that at least, because it's so goddamn cheap that there's no reason not to. He does have some scrolls and iron ingots too, which could be useful. Piercing Force. This scroll contains a magical accent which greatly increases the armor penetration of a spell. Maybe. Let's summon some pigs just for laughs. Yeah, it's probably still better than my equipped hood. It is. It has some accuracy +4, and it has some deflection and accuracy overall indeed. It has +2 to accuracy and +1% to deflection than my Earthshaker hood, so it's a better hood for me, so I can summon piglets. Sounds good to me. Should I buy the scrolls? I do like investigating and getting all sort of artifacts and stuff like that done. Should I buy that too? Only one definitely. Why would I ever buy 2 of those? That would just be a silly thing. Those would be kind of expensive though, so let's see if I can get them for some reasonable amounts or not. If I sell enough stuff, that is. Those are actually, those moonstones, pretty valuable. And then a coronet. Who will last longer versus Bane, Parrick or a pig? Good question. Good question, I'd say. Very good question. Oh yeah, I need to give that to Ebb. I do have a lot of Bane essences too. But who knows if I need them for the alchemical stuff and stuff like that, so probably not the wisest thing nonetheless to go and actually try to sell. Let's get rid of some of these goddamn things. This is actually better than the Scarlet Fury that she's having equipped right now, so I should equip that to her then. So this is the bad one, yes. The bad one, and she still will have the same look, just a little bit better. Horde boots. In a lot of ways still worse, so those we can sell. Light leather gauntlets. Unarmed DPS would be better, but who cares about that? Basically better. Deflection, precision, unarmed DPS. Precision is probably the one that would be cool for her to have better. Alright. Then those nobleman's goddamn sandals. No one's gonna be wearing any of these heavy armors anyways at the moment, at the very least. There's too many different sandals and the likes. All sort of hats. Scarlet Chorus leather armor. Pierce armor, fire armor. There's fire armor? Not exactly certain which one I should be wearing with her. Horde boots. Light leather boots. I guess we can at least try to get rid of a few things. This is light armor actually that is better than what she already has, so let's sell her freaking bad boots away. That's okay. We're getting a decent deal. Not the best, of course. I'm still paying kind of a lot away, but it's decent enough. It's decent enough. I would like this to actually be in me inventory or the stash itself. Okay. I guess that's all then. Sadly couldn't tell him anymore that hey, go back to that goddamn place. Sad but true. Also, we might want to go to do Barrick's quest to equip him with those panties. I actually have no idea if you can take his armor off in the end or not. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if I should try to do it anyways. He doesn't like the idea of me trying to do it, so that's been the problem of should I really be going and doing it when he specifically doesn't want me to? Should I? Shouldn't I? I don't know.
What is it you need?
Apparently nothing. I kind of would have liked if you would have said something to say about things, so to speak. Have you done the research? Okay. Plants, hearts, blood. Alright. And scrolls. Let's go ahead and start another research. I mean... At the moment, I guess it can only be researched like these sort of topics, items. Sure, I guess we can do that. No artifacts now. Which is kind of sad, but I guess it's okay. We can definitely rest here, but I guess I kind of would want to be able to see also what Sirin would want to say more in there. So if I would take Landry, I guess I could leave verse behind, though it kind of feels a little bit weird to leave verse behind. Let's equip Landry with Empress Bands. I don't know about that. Should I do that? Should I? Shouldn't I? I do not know. I guess I could at least have...
On it.
But yeah, I don't know who to leave and who to not leave. On the other hand, if we go and explore somewhere or have to have a battle, I definitely would like to have Barrick with us. I definitely would not want to not have Barrick with us. Oh, I guess verse...
What is it you need? Of course.
Just for a moment,
Goodbye to you too.
Yeah, well...
I'll tack homeward. See you there.
As far as gangs go, I've seen worse. Goodbye to you too.
Yeah.
No doubt this'll prove interesting.
It's weird to not have you verse, but, you know... But Ep, I have an item for you. It's this thing. Doesn't make any sense for anyone else to be having it around, so might as well equip you with it. I don't know if I should be looking into this right now when apparently, or anyways, we aren't really gonna be keeping her around. When I'm gonna go and get then immediately Laundry into the group.
1 moment, my friend. Just let me finish.
No. So about Lexime. Lexime? How? Now where did you hear that name? A young sage named Mel spoke of her. Oh, Scribe Mel. That's her assistant.
It would mean a great deal if we could speak with this young man. What if Lixim is in danger?
Yes.
I will, I can sober up on the road. Ready to go?
You and your
I'll tack
god
homeward. See you there.
sobering. Alright. Maybe Beast for Barrack to finish the set. But I don't know if I can survive with the Beast Woman when I haven't been using her at all. Like, I could, but... I guess we can take her for one time, but I'm used to Barrack, so I definitely do not like the idea of
I got
switching
it.
around. It feels very not
banged it
comfortable
once,
to
Beast
go
Woman?
and have to change to Kills in Shadows. Definitely do not enjoy that idea.
I will return
I
to
will
our
meet you in
holdfast
the
at
sky.
once.
Fatebinder.
At your service.
Let's go. There's so much of the world I haven't seen.
I don't know about this. No, you should be at least on the front row. Moving then. Goddamn shadows. That'll teach you to equip bright items for main char, no more starting items. But... I'm used to his playstyle, so I don't know. I don't like to do this at all, to be honest. I do not like it. No, sure we. Plus it's boring that she most likely would be best with the unarmed combat. It always feels so boring when someone just does unarmed combat. Well, but yeah, I'm not comfortable with this, but I guess I should have her sometimes with us nonetheless, even though I don't like her, so I don't want her with us, really, Kills in Shadow. She's an interesting character, but I don't like her that much. Just don't. Be as it may. I do not. Be a little bit quicker, I guess. I don't know. What do I want to take? At least the vitality, finesse. But yeah, of course, especially if your Bane are more difficult. And I don't control Sirin after all at all. I don't know Sirin's songs. I don't understand them properly. Landry hasn't been with us either for a while. And when he was, he did die really easily. Then her, I do not know whatsoever. And then it's just me, basically, who I know. So yeah, it's gonna be quite tough if we go into a tougher area to try to do battle with. So definitely I don't feel comfortable. Especially because I don't know if she can have a taunt. I don't know anything about her. So what should I be giving her here? I don't know. How the heck would I know? Let's give her some might, I guess. Don't really know. Can you still take something? No, it's for the other person, as in Lantry. Leaping Dead. From stealth, bounce on nearby enemies, damaging all enemies in the area, as well as knocking them prone even. Roar a target in a cone, frightening them if its ability is used from stealth. Foes will be terrified instead. While low on health, Kills in Shadows attack twice with her normal weapon attacks. Improves unarmed damage, but yeah, I assume that we should be having her unarmed. Yeah, she can't. Well, she could use weapons, but she's kind of best with the unarmed, I'd say. So, seems like a more reasonable choice. I guess we can give it there if she specifically needs something different for some reason, but don't really know about that. Guess I can equip this one. This hoodie. At the very least. Yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. 'Cause, yeah, there's not any idea about any of these. ' doubled. I'll just read quickly through a little bit. I guess I would start here. That could be fun to try to do the terrified, as in sneak close and then do that. Improve the unarmed damage, seems good. More natural weapons, maybe. I guess I might as well take that for a while, just so that I'll at least get some subterfuge extra bonus during that time or something. Don't know. Armor penetration sounds very good. Moderately improves the damage. Beastman height, natural armor. Shadow of Death significantly increases critical hit damage dealt by leaping death and grants a bonus to damage afterwards at last until combat ends. Tooth and Nail, while stealth gain 100% hit precision. Sounds pretty good, too. I think natural armor bonus could be nice, considering she needs to stay alive. Melee reach 100%. Then I could take something from this tree if I wish. The armor penetration would be nice though. A 2-hit claw attack, the first hit dazes the target and the second hit weakens them. Reduces the duration of any harmful vexels applied to kills in shadows. I think that would be good, so that she won't at least be that long vulnerable. Best stats, pierce damage and leaving the target's bleeding. Requires 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So probably if I would take one more in here, then we basically would have enough to be able to then take that. I guess I'll choose this tree rather and just pretty much take in here, but at least her unarmed damage would be then quite a lot better. Yep, Lantry and Siren are suiciding all the time. At least Barrack can shield something to cover you and give you time for some magic. Yes, I already would prefer to only have either Lantry or Siren, as said. One would be more than enough for me to have in the party, I'd say, personally. But then having them both, plus then changing into this person who cannot protect anyone. She can do a lot of damage now with all of these things, I'd say. Plus 15 to damage, so basically we will just try to kill everything fast and try to maybe terrify people. So that they won't be immediately doing a damn thing. That's my plan. So I don't know how much of a plan that is in the end. You. You can take only one. I guess I'll take that one. But hey, you successed it. I guess we'll go with it then. 3 talent points here. So I have the penetrating throw. Lantry's graces with thrown weapons can pounce to strike enemies behind their target. That would be nice to have some more accuracy. I kind of have to take that because I would love to get that extra bonus damage. The bonus experience, I mean, for lore, and the spell slot is cool. At least while he's around. Even though we could also take more of this spell stuff, but... Lantry's attacks drain magical energy from their target, silencing them and lowering their magic skills. That could be nice. So, I would definitely target spellcasters with Lantry to throw stuff at them. That would not be the worst. So, I guess we'll try that. But then there's the problem when I'm taking 2 new people too that I could at least try to... And then now I can actually have another spell, so it's just... Eesh, what sort of a spell would I even take? I have no freaking idea right now. What were the new stuff that I even got? I didn't learn them yet, did I? So, learn and learn. So both are there. It's just a question when they can be used. Okay, so Sigil of Piercing Strength, accent that increases spells armor penetration. Cool. And then this can at least use whatever here would be. At least possibly. That we already had. We had that one. Was it this one? No. Maybe it then wasn't useful in that. This one at least looks like it could use it, something in here. Maybe. But maybe it's just in general showing that, yeah, there's something you could basically choose if you select the right thing. Okay, with this at least it works. Sigil of Killing Blows. Accent that causes Theratus and lightning spells to deal more damage to targets with low health and severe damage to those almost defeated. Sounds good. Up to 50 damage based on missing health. Interesting. Very interesting. I could give myself another lightning spell then. After all, I got more lightning skills, so would make sense. Ball lightning would be sort of like just going in the straight line, right? Directed across the battlefield, the orb moves slowly, but when it passes through an enemy, it emits a powerful burst of shock damage on all nearby foes. But I can't trust that people will beat that nicely now in a line or anything, or a round barrack or something, so... Fulmination is the area of effect. I don't really have area of effect spells otherwise, so maybe I should go with that. Yeah, at least could do a lot of damage, I guess. Mayhaps. That sounds... This looks a bit dangerous though, but hey. Maybe. Maybe. Just more people. Everyone. For AoE. Don't know about that being that important, that would be longer time, much damage they would take from shock. Let's take it better. Oh yeah, this was the one armor penetration. But that would take it to really high requirements. And at least pretty close. If I just don't have it quite as much damage, then it would be enough for me to learn it. I guess we can try that. Then he could of course take more stuff. Restoring touch, healing wisps. Let's see. How would you like to increase your spells? Intensity at least, I think, would be cool. Some more range into that. Recovery. And I guess you can just barely do this too, so sure, update that. Unravel the Minds, you basically have the same things a little bit as she does, but not completely, so it's fine. Marking, sure. That's a bit too much, unless I take this away. Sure. Tidal Burst. Rooted. That sounds better to me. That would be able to root them. Sure. Update. Search of Glory kinda, she already has it, but I guess you can have it too. Even though it kind of feels a little bit unnecessary, but maybe I could try something else for you, Ratter. Maybe this one. Let's try to do this for you, though this would then be not quite as good, mayhaps. Okay, that's good enough. Update. And this one. Just so much update in the spells to be able to hopefully survive a little bit. Sure. That's good enough. Then you can have a regenerating spell, basically too. Healing aura. Sure. Let's have you take a healing aura. That's basically just barely what you can take there. But sure. Oh yeah, this needs to be at least changed the picture so that I know that it's the same goddamn spell as these ones. So it's about like that. Date. Healing aura, yeah. Healing aura. Let's put a cross, mayhaps. Oh no, I know who you'll blame already when party gets eaten alive in Old Walls. Well, I won't blame you, but of course you did give me the idea to go with this, so fine, we'll try to survive with this then. I don't need to blame anyone though. I still could say no if I wish to, so it's not like I can't. I can. So, in that sense, no one to blame to other than myself for dying. So, assign this goddamn spell. Regenerations! Lots, regenerations. Maybe there was something cool from the Sigil of Stone you would like to take. Oh yeah, this would be like the prone affliction. Okay, sure, we'll try that out with this guy. Giant boulder. Sure, you can do a giant boulder. I won't be giving her much spells, I'd say. Maybe something just so that she can maybe do something like one of these sort of things. But she can't quite do that even with at least that. So, just that one for herself. Nothing more. Definitely nothing more. You worded it carefully, but you'll blame me in the back of your mind anyway. Well, you don't know what's in the back of my mind. How would you know?
Right.
You don't. Well, anyways, we need to go and to visit the Interletians Crossing first. To go and have a chat with the Forge Masters before we would be heading back into the other location. So, here first. Here at the very first. But yeah, I do wanna be taking Parik and Verse back soon because I'm just comfortable with them. They've already been in our party for so long that I would like to have them. Then the fourth spot can be pretty much anyone. It can be Cyrene, it can be Landry, it can be Ep. Doesn't matter, other than not this Beast Woman, because I just don't really care to have her around. Plus, I do prefer, if I have Parik and Verse, then I definitely would prefer to have someone else, a little bit more, someone that can do magic rather than the Beast Woman. Hi, you disfavorites. You're so disfavored. I was rolling with those two my first time around as well. Yeah, I would definitely be doing that if I just was playing by myself. And I wouldn't be trying everyone the first time around. I'm only doing this mainly because I'm doing a stream/let's play. So then just feel that I guess it's a little bit more fitting that I do try to go ahead and try everyone out a little bit at least. I think the forge was somewhere around here, right? The people with the forge? I hope so. I hope that I'm about correct about that. I think they were here. I'm not 100% certain though. And after all, it takes a while to always come and then start to be doing again that, hey, Landry, have all your different spells and stuff. Who was it exactly I needed to talk to? Just Watchbound in general, sure. You have returned, Lohara turns to face you, her body covered head to toe in chartreuse, just rising and falling under the strain of labored breathing. There is always more demand of iron than there is time in the day. She removes a set of heavy canvas gloves and balls her fists. The joints of her fingers crackling in unison. How may I be of assistance? I'm looking for some napping tools on behalf of Jaspos. Jaspos? None of us have heard from him in some time. He certainly did his part to create the forge here, but there's little else for a napper to do after setting the foundation. I'm quite certain he was ordered to return home. She grabs an iron ingot and holds it aloft. This, on the other hand, is the vanguard of my work. Of my work? Of my work or of our work? One card of our work. That doesn't make any sense. Our work. I just love this brother-sister synergy. Yeah, I like that too. They had stuff to say all the time. I like their synergy. I like their synergy too. That's why I would like to keep them. This is the first time that I'm letting them go after all. She grabs, but yeah, my tour of duty ends only when there are no more enemies for my iron to kill. So where did Jaspos end up? I'm not gonna be lying about that for sure. I could say this, but I don't think so. He's in a remote settlement, but this would be going way too far if I said Old Walls. He's in a remote settlement in the mountains bordering the north, claims to be one of its founders. She crunches her chin, smearing soot across them in short streaks. Now that's odd. Kairos gives us leeway in our duties, but a several years' absence would be frowned upon. That settlement would have to be producing something valuable to excuse his detour. At least I hope so, for his sake. A smile creeps across her face and she offers a half-hearted shrug. But he's not my watch and not my concern. Still, it's good to know that he's alive. What did you know of Jaspos? Only the superficial, sadly. He worked in stone. I'm more keen on metal, so we rarely compared notes. I knew he was arrogant, confident beyond his years and talent. Not to say he was inept, far from it, but a few years of lacking shared does not make one a Kairos' gift to the forge bound. Does Jaspos have any associates still around? Once this place was built, most of the nappers were sent home. I know his supervisor was Cassandra, master of napping. She was sent home as well. She's a bit on in years, not quite fit for the long walk back, so I think she's currently enjoying a boat ride home. Did the stone nappers leave behind any of their tools? If so, where might I find them? I have no idea what inventory the stonesmiths kept with them. All of our stoneworkers left some time ago. A few of them meant to return north by ocean travel, which meant first travel into the southern coastline. I'd imagine they'd probably gone by now if you need those tools. I can't imagine they had room on the galley to take all their sledgehammers. If I were you, I'd ask around for Cassandra, or, since she's likely on a boat home right now, see if some local was drafted to attend to her or haul her stuff. Maybe they inherited some of her excess belongings she couldn't take on the boat. South Haven is now unlocked on the world map. Aside from that, I suppose, in the abstract, I could have someone cast a few chisels and hammers, but If you are looking for tools made by and for the stone experts, I think South Haven is your best bet, short of slogging it back to Fort Resolution. Okay, thank you. I'll go and check there then. My own work, maybe. Maybe like that, yes. But it's just mine or... But yeah, maybe than my own. Maybe I just was reading it stupidly. It's plausible, definitely plausible that I was just reading it completely stupidly. Well, I guess I could try to go and rest first. Just so that everyone at least gets a good bonus, because most people haven't rested. So let's go back into the spire first, have a nice night's rest, or day's rest, because it seems to be more of a day. And after that, we'll head to this whatever location it is now then, where we need to go and try to locate some tools for this dude. But yeah, it was hour, so I didn't read, I don't think, incorrectly. Yeah, you read it correct. I was looking at the stream, typo or an error. Yeah, must be. I'd assume as much at the very least. Oh yeah, I need to also try to look into how I have all the skills for these guys in their quick menus. Laundry. Okay, so you have your quill strike and this here. That's fine. I wish that I could just completely remove some of these first. So that I could see then easily how to put these spells into here. Yeah, let's get the regeneration there, then there would be the healing wisps, restoring touch actually. Let's put this healing aura into here. I have all the freaking healing spells here, which does leave us with very few spells into here if I don't remove some of these. Quicken is great. Wheel of Age is the Fatebinder and Lantern work together to create a slowing aura around the party members. Those within range of the aura are slowed when party members move inside the area. They will have their hostile effects suspended. Interesting. Kind of the renewal is the one that I like the least. It's the problem, I'm not sure if I should be letting him do his own thing, but it seems that it's probably a bad idea. Probably. Let's have then... Well, guidance is cool too, though. Let's have the few at least aggressive spells here, like guide this giant boulder, and then this one. No, unravel. Tidal burst. You don't have the false beat actually. I might like that more for you. But on the other hand, the push is logical for you to have. Maybe the unravel mines you can remove. Mischievous mass. What is this now? Frightened and blinded affliction. Sure, let's update it into this then. Something a little bit different. Perfect. Mischievous mass. Whatever it exactly does then. I don't know how it would work. Then we can camp and rest. We will need a lot of healing though, if healer himself won't die in first 5 seconds. That's why I at least thought that it's better that I control him. So that maybe I can keep him out of Trouble's way. We'll see if that will work out, of course, but at least I can hope that to be able to maybe work. All the way to freaking South Haven, a small cliffside hamlet overlooking the rough western sea. This town serves as a port for goods from Lythian's crossing bound for points south. Ships casting off for the continental mainland sometimes depart from here, finding the crossing easier than the road through the eastern mountains. This might be the only location I will bring this beast woman to. We'll see if I can change that Then... Now there's already resource items completed. God damn, that was fast. Oh, the Faint Biter. Hello, welcome to the Salt Haven. Hello. A middle-aged man nods to you, clutching a small apple crate in one arm. A well-worn scrap of parchment pokes out of his ballad first. Cargo tally marks visible on its exposed surface. Well met, traveler. Sorry I was counting this out for Hermod and didn't see you coming. Welcome to South Haven. You look just like the portrait. I mean, it's a flattering likeness. So you look more regal in person. I mean, Governor Kide. It is an honor to meet a fate binder of your stature. As he awkwardly bows, several apples fall out of the crate and bounce out of his hands, rolling past your feet. Sorry, he sets the container down. Is there something I can do for you? What do you do here? Me? Oh, I'm not anyone important, Faint Binder. I never took to a patrical trade, and I'm not a man of letters. I just help out where I can. He gestures towards the crates behind him. I counter-produce for Hermod. He lets me take a few fruits when I'm done. His words are interrupted by a rhythmic clanging of hammers against metal. He turns to look at its source atop nearby roof, exposing a gap-toothed grin as he speaks. And of course, the forge-bound always need fresh water, so I'll pump it for them from time to time. I'm sure Cassandra appreciates that. Ah, so Cassandra is here. I'm not familiar with South Haven. Tell me about it. I'm not sure what really all that... What's really all that worthy of note? He scratches his shin, inadvertently smudging it with charcoal. We got a river and the sea nearby and live by what they bring us on the good seasons. Trade for what we don't have when our luck dries up. If you're bored already, good. I think Kairos' forces were bored too and seemed to ignore us. Oh my god, that's you. Some recruiters from the chorus came in years past and rounded up some folks who were out in the fields. I think they took Ploten's boy, and also the Gorba twins, but that was the worst of it. I've heard plenty of stories from elsewhere in the tiers. 3 walks gone while tragedy is nothing compared to the suffering seen elsewhere. We are fortunate, no denying that. How did this village end up staffed by Forgebound? Oh, the arrival was the biggest change we've experienced in a long time. It's been maybe 2 years. This courted entourage came to town and we all thought we were being invaded, but nope. As a bunch of craftsmen booking passage out of the ports out of here. When they arrived, they were all ill with fever and needed to rest. Since old Lioness knocked off, we let them Forgebound use her house. We all assumed it would be temporary, but either the ship they meant to board sank or they had a change of plans. A span later, the Forgebound were still here and making themselves home. Didn't you hear that the villagers were fascinated by crafting magics? The youngsters in the village are all lined up for lessons, and Kairos be praised, they saw fit to tutor some of them. They've been awful helpful. Spears and arrowheads for our hunters, blows for the fields, fish hooks for the rivers, even a heart or two for those cold nights. They also help keep us safe and stand watch over the town. If I were younger, I'd ask them to train me. You can find the Forgebound just on the roof on the buildings behind me. Cassandra keeps her apprentices working late, but rarely stays up with them at this hour. She's up before the first light, after all. Ah. What do you know about Cassandra? She's incredible. She's no spring chicken, but she can split a boulder better than any man in the village. You can tell her apprentices respect her just by the way they look at her. Everyone in the village feels the same way. If she speaks up, we take notice. She's intimidating though. I wanted to give her a suggestion about some stone arrowheads she fashioned, but she looked really angry when I approached her. She was yelling at one of her students and another one was on fire or something, so my timing was poor. There's lots I'd love to learn from her, but I'm too old to be taken seriously as a candidate. How bad it was during the Kairos' invasion to us. Yes, Kairos' trusted servant. I need to place a stay at until morning then, when she's around only during the morning.
Of course, Faintbinder. Philia lets me stay in her son's old room. There's a cot there you can use.
Okay. Well, thank you very kindly. All the waters for us. Let's just go here then, first and foremost. Hello, Vissenekko. Welcome to the stream. I hope your week has been a good one. A tiny rate, but something. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I don't see a rate information or rate visibility, but I guess it is indeed a rate nonetheless. And thank you for the share, Milan. Thank you very much. And welcome all the raiders. It's weird though that I don't in the chat window see the raid information or that we would have been raided even though usually there is. Aw. Yeah, less than 6 people gives no raid notification. Oh, sadly, feels bad, man. Yeah, that's sad. Well, welcome new raiders. There's never too little raiders in my opinion, but apparently according to Twitch there then is. So, welcome, welcome. Welcome, yes. Alrighty. I guess we'll talk to Nicodemus first. A barrel-chested man surveys the area with a stern expression, eyeing you nonchalantly as you approach. A large horseshoe moustache traces the top of his mouth before raising down to his chin. When he speaks, the bristles nearly mask his lips. Well met, Faintbinder. What do you need? And indeed, hello, Opavshan, Vissenekko, Milan, anyone else who came from that raid, welcome all. I hope you all have had a great week. Why are the Forgebound here?
Ask Cassandra. He gives the orders here. No point in me guessing at her meaning.
What can you tell me about your leader?
Tough but fair. Cassandra knows that teachings and napping are both acts of reduction. In the case of teaching, one chips away at ignorance. Some don't like her approach, such as fools are not fit for our guild. What do you need?
Who are you?
Nicodemus, Cassandra's second. I'm a few seasons under my belt.
You have a few seasons.
Unlike these pups in that forge.
He gives a sideway glance back towards the work area.
I watch over things when Cassandra has better things to do. Watch, which is always.
Okay, I'm reading so poorly right now. Oh well. Guess it's fine. And thank you, Milan, for the welcoming or saying that wishing everyone to have a fun time. You, Cassandra, you are the person I came to meet. So Cassandra, master of napping. A small group of Forgebound stand in conference around the older grey-haired woman. Blue tattooed streaks trail down from her hairline, coming to rest upon a pair of eyebrows permanently fixed in a severe expression. She grasps a hunk of jasper and strikes it several times with a sharp piece of obsidian. The motion should feel rhythmic as you work on the stone, as mundane as breath. Her sinewy biceps contract to control the force from each pink impact, keeping the jasper remarkably still. Listen to your senses. If the shape in your mind doesn't feel inevitable, then you're wasting your strength and my time. Noticing your approach, she halts her demonstration based off her apprentices. We'll continue this later. Fatebinder, I am Cassandra, master of napping. The Forgebound present are in my charge. She grants you a perfunctory nod. Perfunctory nod. I know your time is limited, and South Haven too remote for this meeting to be chance. What is it I can do for you? Yep. I hope you have some happy lurkings, Milan. How did you end up here in South Haven? As master of napping, it's my duty to build the forges that keep the others occupied. Bronze and iron are the guild's trademark, but stone's the foundation. When Kyros's conquest began, my kin followed the armies into the Ties, and I led the effort to build up Lycian's crossing. With our task at the crossing complete, There was naught to do after but return home. I barely made the long march south, so I decided to head towards the closest port, just near here, and planned to catch a boat back home. But the journey here was difficult. Brotherhood bandits ambushed us on the road. Her eyes narrow at the memory, and she rubs the left side of her abdomen. They fancied our forge implements and taught them fair payment for use of the road. I refused, and we pranked them with our hammers. She cracks her neck with a quick tilt of her head. I cracked a rib or three, and some others in the party were wounded, so resting in South Haven seemed wise. The locals were overly accommodating, and I started wondering if I'd even live through the sea voyage home. So I decided to set up shop and teach here. Our temporary stay became rather permanent. And is there something else? Just give me the nap tools. Do you know a name named Capteron? Capteron? Oh, fuck's sake. She rolls her eyes in a sudden loss of composure. A lovesick cop I've ever seen one. He's helpful with hauling and odd jobs, but enough with his endless pinning. Not that he's ever experienced love, as best as I can tell. He's well past fluttering age, but probably couldn't find a vagina in a throttle. Okay, that's lovely ways to put it. I guess it was the guy down here. I don't know. Was he Capteron? I don't even know who is Capteron for sure. He mostly keeps his affections to himself, thankfully. He's harmless and always compliant if you yell it loudly enough. Do you fancy spineless men? Have at him. Okay. You have hair? I thought all forgemen shaved their heads. She permits a smirk for the briefest of moments. I've shaved my head for nearly every day of my life. I think I've earned a reprieve. She lightly smacks the back of an apprentice's head as he kneels to work. These idiots don't get that luxury. We have these traditions for a reason. If you waited into the forge fire all day, you're no better than to grow a mop of wigs out of your head. Makes sense, of course. I thought Jaspers was master of napping. Clearly not. She's the master of napping. Jaspers? I thought officers of the court would be better informed, Fatefinder. There can be only one master of napping at a time. I'm not a corpse yet, despite the wishes of my apprentices, so the title remains with me. So, what rank does Jaspers hold if he's not a master? Why are we even talking about Jaspers? The only title he's fit to wear is Master of Arrogance. He was a dutiful enough student, but I've heard the posts he's made to my apprentices in private. He learned quickly, I'll give him that, but he was a long way off from attaining any kind of mastery. Well, doesn't talk of Jaspers very kindly at the very least. It takes at least a decade of consistently impressive work before the guild would allow for the title of master to be bandied about. If I drop dead tomorrow, there are a dozen others more qualified to inherit my title. She lets out a long sigh, her eyes narrowing as her upper lip twitches. What gave you this notion that Jaspers is the master of napping? Jaspers has claimed the title for himself. That's the truth. Motherfucker. She takes a hammer and smashes it against the nearby wall, sending fragments of it flying. The call of that man. I'd cave his head in as an example were he here. She strikes the wall again for good measure. I have chisels older than him. He's far, far too young for such a rank. He of course had potential, I wouldn't instruct anyone who doesn't, but he seeks approval in people rather than in his own craft, hardly a master's mindset. The guild will act on this. Making a false claim like that is a serious offense to our ways. As soon as I can, I'll pen a missive to my superiors. His arrogance will be disciplined. Well, might be bad for him, but who cares? He was arrogant, so... Hearing Kid say motherfucker is somehow shocking. Well, they talk in such crude language, I'm not just gonna be completely just censoring myself because they talk, so it's not like I would be using that pretty much ever. Just when I've read stuff. Now everybody hates Jaspers. I guess we won't have any help from her now. Probably not. I'm here to retrieve Jaspers' snapping tools. Jaspers' tools? What sort of nonsense is this? Good question. I'm starting to suspect I've been duped, and I'm guessing the only tools here are yours. To commemorate my 50 years with the guild, Stania made me a toolset of the most exquisite craftsmanship. No doubt that's what Jaspers has in mind. After we left Lethian's Crossing, I noticed the set was incomplete. Several key hammers and chisels, one of my best lopes, all missing. At the time I assumed the fault lay with me. The way to Southaven wasn't without its troubles, and I assumed I misplaced things during the shuffle. I would never have guessed that Jaspers would steal them from me, from his own master. If my knees were still good for spring, then I'd chase down that ungrateful rake and pulverize his skeleton one pawn at a time. Her rage seems to vanish with a shrunken smile. And I suppose making tools is what I do best. Not like I can't replace what was lost, but those tools were a gift, and not even I can fashion sentimentality out of rock. Yeah. I'm not sure how exactly I can help you with this situation, Faintminder. I would say I would like to get the actual engraved tools that apparently are hers back to her, and she could just make some set of tools that would be just as good otherwise for this dude. I think that would be good. What makes these tools so special otherwise? Stadia fashioned them as part of a series of works inspired by some pre-war study into the tidecasters and their ways. She took it upon herself to spend a year working only with the crystals and metals the casters used in their designs. My tools were some of her best pieces that came from a year of experimentation. I try not to make a big deal about having tools inspired by Tiersman magic, but they are the finest I've used. I guess the idea is that some of the moonlight's energy remains trapped in the business end of the tools. All I know is that with them in hand I can work faster and with more precision and strength. And yeah, why into the Faintminder, huh? Jaspis. Can we put the village to the sword now? Well, just him being at blame doesn't mean the full village needs to be suffering. In truth, I can do just fine with lesser tools, as much as I adore the sets Nedia made for me. Nobody can make a handle to fit my hand quite like I do. She picks up a small hammer and throws it in her hand. But if Jaspers thinks he can claim the rest of my tools and pretend to greatness, that ungrateful wretch is dead to me. If my knees were still good for sprinting, I'd chase down that ungrateful rake and pulverize the skeleton one bone at a time. Her rage seems to vanish with a shrug and a smile. She did say this already before. But yeah, I misunderstood the situation. The tools are rightfully yours. They just simply are. Thank you, Faintbinder. She visibly relaxes, as do several of her apprentices, who quickly return to their duties. I'm glad we could clear up this misunderstanding, and I'm sorry that one of my own deceived you. As his instructor, I should have spotted the flaw in his scruples. The shame is mine that he has not cleft from our ranks sooner. But no, not obviously gonna do that. But I would just like to get at least some sort of tools, not the ones that she has. Because that just doesn't seem right. But alright, guess that's all then. Stupid Jaspers. Stupid Jaspers. But yeah, I don't wanna be taking some tools that clearly don't even belong to that stupid guy. And he wasn't that nice, so no. So in decent clothes. Well, let's see what else there is in this village. There's an Erasmus and Hyacin, whoever these people exactly would be. Hyacin. You see a tall figure with a patchwork sash of animal pelts slung across her shoulder. The skin of her sunburnt face melts with a pair of naturally flushed freckled cheeks. She speaks energetically to two nearby villagers animated in her depiction of a recent hunt. I had to crawl real low through the brush. Those critters have ye eyes like eagles but are too deaf to hear their own farts. I got close enough to see its nose wriggling in the air. They can actually feel you coming that way, you know. But it was too late. Once you've thrust later, it turned into dinner. She hears you approaching and spins around, spear held out playfully. Aha! We'll go there. Her laugh is hearty, but ends abruptly as she takes note of your appearance. Apologies, Faint Binder. I had no idea you were visiting us. Forgive the jest. I've been burdened with an overabundance of energy since childhood. One way or another it comes out. She offers a purposely awkward curtsy. What can I do for you? What can you tell me about the Forge Bound? Fine folk, as far as I'm concerned, everyone around here is better off with them. Cassandra and her students keep me supplied with fresh spear tips and arrowheads, so my life's never been easier. They spend most of their time in training, though. I think that's the real reason they're here, to pass on secrets from master to pupil in a safe place. Cassandra's a hard ass in more ways than one, but her students are better off for it. That certainly makes short work of any of our requests. Nails, hooks, blades, whatever you can think of. Only old Lycus didn't take too kindly to their presence, but that's because he's a half-rate smith whose blades are as limp as he is in the sack. What a way to put it. Anyway, I like them. I'm not too wild about the curfew they've demanded, but Cassandra insists that it's for our safety. I haven't seen any Brotherhood or bandits while out on my hunts, so it's not like we're less safe because of it. With a toothy grin, Hyacinth offers a friendly wink as you approach. Fine day out, Faintbinder, anything you need? What do you think of Cassandra herself? Ha, she's a tough nut to crack. She's been pounding steel for so long that she's forgotten how to hang up the hammer and enjoy other pursuits. I wish first got to know her after we got to talking about hunting implements. I think she shows something in my enthusiasm for it all, and we've steadily become pals. She's a much different person after she unwinds. Not that there's anything wrong with having a tough exterior. She's a master of napping after all. You've got to maintain appearances. Cassandra's grave light tools seem unique. Any chance she'd part with them? Doubt it. All she ever goes on about is chisels, moils, blades, dampers. Who knows there was so much to know about wedges with handles. If you need tools, ask her. I bet she'll make them for you just to show off what she can do. But her tools, seriously, those are probably the only things in this world she genuinely loves. Nothing else, thank you. Cause of Jaspers we added the beast woman too. Blame him now, not me. But you successed it. Jaspers didn't success me to take a beast woman into there. So. Erasmus. A young man squints at the bottles in front of him. He picks them up, shakes them and sets them down, dissatisfied after every examination. Was it Phenolpollen or rhubarb root? He catches sight of you and stops his search. Hello, traveler. Something I can do for you? What are you looking for? My wife took fever recently, burning templates and an awful rash. She's a tough one. But I wanted to get her some medicine. I know that boiled silverthorn works well, but that's a few rings too many for me. There must be an alternative. Should I just tell him which would be the better option or give him the silver thorn? Good question. I kind of feel that if I say Elder Bark is what you want, I might get lore experience rather than just giving the silver taunting. So what? Continue your thought process, please. I don't know. About the fact that, so you were the one that succeeded it, so it wasn't Jasper, whatever his name was. Let's say this. Let's see if I can add any experience. Elder Bark is what you want, almost as potent as Silvertone, but a lot more plentiful. You can probably buy it for a song. Yeah, lore skill experience. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm quite worried about my 5 and these herbs will really help. Is there anything I can help you with? It's the least I can do. Well, do answer some questions then. Of course, thanks to you I can spare a moment before getting this herb back to my 5. What should you like to know? What do you think of the Forgebound? No qualms here. I was a bit nervous having them in town at first. You have to understand, we fared better than most during the conquest. Kyrus's war raged on elsewhere, so none of his armies marched through South Haven. But who knew if the Forgebound would attract attention from the Archons or Brotherhood raiders? They proved me wrong. Nobody attacked the village after they arrived. One Cassandra isn't training them, the Forgebound help us out however they can. Can't say I'm a fan of the curfew they enforce, but it's a fair trade for their services. Tell me about this curfew. Cassandra demanded it. I guess the Forgebound dealt with traders on their journey here and don't ever want to be caught unawares again. It's a hassle, but I'd rather them here, not I need to be wandering around in the dark anyway. So aside from the few folks, most of us stay indoors come the evening. Cassandra apprentices then keep eye out for intruders. After a full day's work too, there's not an easy trade. Do you have opinions about Cassandra? I have no issues with her. Truth be told, I've never really spoken to her. You can hear her barking orders at her apprentices at all hours of the day. I never felt comfortable interrupting their sessions, though I know some folks like Capteron help them out from time to time. Perhaps you should ask him. Tell me about that dude then, the Capteron. Capteron's been in South Haven for a long time. Everyone knows him. He's a simple man, but about as good-hearted as they come. My father grew up with him right here. Said he's always been kind. Capteron doesn't have a trait to speak of other than helping others. He'd probably go out to pick herbs for me if I ask him. He likes to stay near the village entrance to direct travelers most of the time. Since he's always assisting folks on the Forgebound, he's one of the few that are allowed to wander about during evening curfew. He glances at the Forgebound workers with a knowing smile. Of course, everyone knows that he's smitten by their leader. He finds every excuse to be close to the Forgebound, and every excuse to avoid speaking with Cassandra. He's an old man with a child's heart. Yeah, and Cassandra didn't talk very well of him, to be honest. I think one of those herbs was dangerous. I don't remember which. Someone in Legion's Crossing said, if I remember correctly. But at least I hope it wasn't the elderberry that I said. That would suck, but I got lore experience. I didn't get subterfuge experience like I would want to be poisoning him. I just felt that because I am a mage, I have good lore skill, I should be able to help him know what to get. So I definitely hope the whatever it was that we said was good would be good. The elderberry or something, right? Yeah, it would suck if it wouldn't be the case, because it's not like I can know that well, but I would hope my character would, and I definitely wouldn't obviously not want any harm for his 5. Why would we? What would be the purpose of us harming her? That's also like, if I had some purpose, even remotely, to be harming her, then I would understand that maybe we would wanna be making such a horrible lie, but yeah. Definitely hope nothing bad happens because of that. That would definitely suck. But yeah, I was just feeling that that's probably lore experience, and that's always good. A lore experience is always nice to get. Why don't we even have the In here we should have the good rest in the spire or something. I rested on top of the spire, so why don't I have it? I'm not quite certain. Why wouldn't I have it? That's kind of confusing to me. Yeah, and I definitely do not want to poison people accidentally. I want to poison people intentionally. Well, usually you would want to do that intentionally indeed. A group of youths about 12 years of age are at play just outside the ramshackle farming village. 3 of the youths wield crude knives and axes carved from solid planks of wood. They face off against a team of younger children with scraps of brightly dyed cloth tied to their wrists, ankles, and necks. They eagerly volunteer that they're playing Bane and Raiders. It's a local variation of game played by children all across Teratus, in which the armed children attempt to sneak some small treasure, in this case a shard of well-polished clay, out of an area designated the Old Walls, without being caught by the opposing team, whose members portray the Bane. Knowing that such games tend to be most popular in areas where Bane have recently prowled, you ask the youth if there has been any recent sightings. They excitedly inform you that just last week a farmer heard their howling and saw their claw from the direction of the nearby Old Walls. Ooh. Pursue the Bane, of course. We can't just let them be alive, I'd say. Travel on the Old Walls requires ascending series of steep inclines. You haul yourself up and overhand and find yourself on a ledge, overlooking the vast expanse of the tier below you with the age structure on the Old Walls before you. You have no time to enjoy the impressive scenery, however. As the wind takes on a bitterly cold bite, you share this narrow strip of land with the swirling mystical malice of the Bane. How nice. How nice. Hey, let me save. So we can see if we can survive from this with this group. Malice, Scorch, Wisps.
Human demands too much from Beast Woman.
2 months, eh? I don't think so. Okay, that's how close we can go, basically. Let's see. How do we want to be starting this? I guess you can start with the quill. I can start with the... What would be good? Well... There was the one more spell now too that I basically have. Yeah, but that's kind of gonna be tough to do too. I guess just that.
Consider it done. Another.
At least you must have hit, and yeah, quite a decent amount of damage, so that's at least nice. And now it's definitely also marked. Plus 20 accuracy against this marked fella. And I hit, and this guy hit. At least when she's engaging them first, that's a bonus. So that's good. Let's see, what would you do? Well, try to do something like that.
I'm starting to think we're bad at making friends.
Yeah, we are very bad at making friends with these sort of fellas. Definitely, extremely. Well, we started to do damage. Cast a healing spell if you could. That seemed to at least do some damage to a couple of them, but yeah, we do need to do some more healing then. For the Beast Woman, I'd say.
My fingers.
Are you doing this? Okay, I don't know if... It's so annoying because don't see if he's doing it when I was trying to ask him to do it already. But okay, now at least we're healing. Are you doing it, Lantry? I guess you're finally doing at least a healing goddamn spell. That's probably not gonna work very well against those guys. God damn it, I cancelled that because now I started to try to do this one. Well, you go and get this spell then off there. My god.
It's hard.
Seriously, you had to go that far into there? At least there's a healing area aura there, so that's good.
As you command.
At least she has a good amount of health, because otherwise I kind of feel that we would be in serious trouble. I'm not sure, did we kill one of them before? Or not?
Nothing.
Don't really have much healing left. Not much healing left at all. Can you now do this one? At least she still doesn't seem to even have a regeneration. Did you not succeed, or does it not just show? Sometimes very confused about that. Well, more damage, please. Not sure how this would work against these type of things, though. Don't think it very well. Shouldn't be working very well. Try to give some strength, mayhaps.
Can't do that.
Okay, then that malice.
Don't know my
I don't know where the
Build
heck
strength.
you're going. Okay, you wanted to do the frightening thingy. Try to get it to everyone, but you can't really frighten these guys anyway, so it was kind of useless, I'd say. But just my opinion. Of course. To a giant boulder. Let's see how that would look. It's kind of funny how it went there. God damn it, sometimes trying to click and click incorrectly.
The slaughter will fill.
Try to throw this thing. And let's see, did I have some more spells? Well, I do have this one, but that's a good question if that will, how well this will work. But some shock nonetheless. Well, we survived, but did need to use pretty much all of the healing of the 3 other people so that our freaking kills in shadow didn't die to that.
Felt nothing.
So, yeah, pretty much just... Yes, Irene. I love her sneaking animation. The sneaking animation is good, of course, yes. Definitely. Looks like a... on the brow. And yeah, winning song at the very end, then singing a song. It's kind of funny about it. But yeah, now we at
Sorry,
least dealt
I
with
can't.
those things, so I think that's all that we needed to do. But hey, we dealt with some Bane. I think it's needed when there's Bane, they should be dealt with, I'd say. Bane in our existence. She's singing We Are the Champions, totally. Absolutely that song. But yeah, we used the campfire, but I still didn't get the campfire bonus or sleeping bonus from this place. Which makes me extremely weirded out. Now at least I have a spire bonus. Why didn't I get it last time? I do not understand. I don't get it. Maybe because I did get it, but then I rested until morning in the other place, so it got cancelled immediately because of that. Kind of annoying though, because I had to wait. So that's kind of annoying. Azure Bell. Sure. Let's start a new research then. No, that's not the case. It wasn't on anyone. I had already selected this full party. That's why I rested very, very late after all. That's why I went and with this party did everything already in the Lydian's Crossing and stalked into the Smith and came back here just to go and rest. So that's definitely not the case, Caesar. I think it's just the fact that when we went here, we had to wait until morning and that counted as rest. So we probably had it all the way over there and in there, but didn't after that anymore because we rested there, as in waited for morning, which was annoying, but what can you do? Kinda had to be done then. Well, gotta go here then. But yeah, basically there looks like there's different routes here, but I don't understand how to get into certain places in here. Anyways, this place first and foremost. And anyways, none of us had that bonus, so even then I should have that bonus if it would be because I changed some party members. Yep, makes sense to me too after I thought about it, why it could be, but just, I was hoping it wouldn't count as proper rest. Because it's a little bit annoying that it did. Oh well, can't be helped though.
Sorry, I can't.
So we have laundry
On it.
here.
No,
Laundry.
sorry.
Fatebinder, you've returned. Say, it's Laundry. How did you... What are you doing here? A long story, my young friend. The synopsis that I'm working for the Fatebinder now. And just what brings you to... this of all places? Lexime, of course. I'd follow her anywhere. Or so I thought. She's descended deep into the old walls, further than your patrols dare to venture. Our patrols, even. Apologies, she can't be here to greet you. Lexime? She's alive? So she survived the Edict of Fire? Landry's eyes widen with surprise, and you hear the clinging of vials as his entire body trembles. Yeah, this is true. I gave sages fair warning. Glad to know someone listened. As in, yeah, if I didn't give them warning, but I gave them warning before it would be done. These camping supplies are everywhere, no big loss anyway. Not in that sense, no. Says Lexime and I go way back. She joined the school a year before I did, so we more or less run the places to get her. If she's alive, why didn't she try to find me?
Did you try to contact all the other sages you thought were alive?
Right. We tried not to cloud the sky with missive birds. That would just give the enemy something to follow. Like me, she probably tried to avoid detection, not light a signal fire.
Yep, more likely. Were you two rivals or friends?
Both. We were chronicles, so there was a competition of sorts, but I think I'm allowed to say we got along well enough. Not that many of my friendships survived my politics. I was in favor of surrendering the school to Kairos, hardly a popular outlook.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. Remain silent.
Last I know, she went into the depths of the old walls. To me, that's a death sentence, especially if she's no longer able to work her magic. I'm so sorry. I wish you had stumbled upon us sooner. Maybe you could have reconnected with her. Her mind was dwindling, and I know she was fixated on making sure everything she carried out of the Realm Citadel was hidden and safe. She and I hit once as cachet over by the farm. The others I presume, deeper in the old walls. Lexime knew an old sage trick that conceals the stashes, making them fade from view unless another chronicle stands near. When her magic began fading, she made a rush to conceal things. But aside from the one stash in the farm, only she knows where the rest lay. Is there anything else to... As you turn to leave, you see Lantry lost in thought, rubbing his celestial ink between his fingers and thumb. So, tell me about this Lexime person, Lantry. She's an old friend of mine. And by now you've already detected the understatement in my voice, so ask your questions.
An old love interest, I presume?
You presume correctly. We were deeply intimate for the better part of 15 years. School gave up long ago trying to make rules against fraternization, and well, we took full and advantage of living in the modern era of the School of Ink and Quill, when sages could do away with furtive copulation and foolish attempts to curb the natural inclination of scholars to rot.
Good to know. Love. But maybe she didn't want to contact Lantry well cause it's Lantry. Sorry, Lantry. Maybe.
It was her magic I loved most. She was gifted, truly gifted. She could achieve these little accents on her spells that none of us could replicate. At first I had nothing but envy and hate for her, but somewhere along the line it became adoration, and I just hoped to Kairos that if I rubbed up against her enough, maybe some of her talent would rub onto me. No such luck.
Rubbed up against her enough. That can be, considering you were love interest and stuff. That sounds a little bit weird, but yeah, sure. Door in the sky. Yes, door in the sky.
What would you like to know?
If you were so close, why didn't you flee the Citadel together?
There was a time when we were inseparable. I learned much of my magic from her, and her from me. We are each other's mentor and student. It is a very special sort of bond. But it was a relationship that I found through my own convictions. In the years before Kairos' conquest, I urged our school to surrender. An urge is an understatement. Rapidly advocated would be a more apt description. Lexim did not share my assessment of Kairos, or my opinion on what must be done. I was in dissenting minority, and most felt I was a traitor, Lexim included.
But that's, it is a little bit two-edged sword. If they would have surrendered, some of the things in the Citadel itself, the library wouldn't be a burning library like it is now. But on the other hand, a lot of the lore there would have been an affront to Kairos, so a lot of it would have been destroyed anyways. So, yes, some would have been saved as a result, but also a lot of it would have been destroyed as a result regardless, even if the burning library wouldn't be burning today. Lantry, stop rubbing around, yeah.
But I wasn't about to back off from a belief that surrender was the right idea. Considering what came to pass, I feel justified in my stance. While I normally adore being right about things, in this particular case, my Tumescent smugness maybe isn't worth the friendship it all cost me.
So you two work on the Chronicle together?
We are but two members of a team spanning generations, but yes, we both contributed to the Chronicles. Long bouts of fieldwork and longer stretches of altering our findings suited our temperaments. My colleagues insisted original research was the way to make a name for myself, but the accounting of everything is a cause greater than us all. Lexiem saw that the Chronicles is half record of things that were, and half record of how things ought to be. To her, each moment we record offers universal insight into how people will act in the future. I take a more modest stance that you can stand in the same river twice, and the same general can't fight the same war twice. So history is of limited predictive power. Forgive me, you didn't ask for nuances of our philosophical debates.
So what do you make of her condition?
From the sound of it, she was afflicted with sleeplessness, and by all accounts madness would naturally follow. But if she's down in the old walls and enfeebled, she'd be easy prey for the Bane. Heard of anything like this before? Well, there are all manners of magics that kill a person slowly. Where to begin? I'm more perplexed that she, and by the sound of it others too, were first healed, and then grew ill. I would like to also ask, do you think there's a way to save her? My mind leaps to the worst conclusions, that like a severed arm, the damage is irreversible. Maybe if she got out of the old walls, maybe if she could be trucked into sleep, or I don't know why I keep speculating. Because you would like to save her? What do you make of these chronicle fragments she tasked us to find? My heart sings every time I can safeguard a text against destruction. Still, there is something bothering me about these writings. Let's look around a bit more, shall we? Ask me again when I have a few pieces to compare. Okay, let's do so.
Yes.
Now we actually have a proper quest to go and find these things, but yeah, I would definitely prefer to have Verse and Parik in here than having Serene and her. Oh well. Let's see how well we can do things here. At least we won that one fight, but it did require like a ridiculous amount of work, as in healing, to keep this one person alive. But the one was supposed to be at the farm, so I'm gonna try to have a look around where in the farm it could be at.
Can't do that.
Because I don't really know how to get to these places otherwise. I don't really have any idea where to go, though. I can't say I do.
Can't do that.
Unless we can ask specifically from that one guy where in here it might be hidden, that one thing. It's kind of weird. I don't see any other exits from here. It's getting a little bit annoying, to say the least. Let's see. Mel said the first chronicle is hidden in the Bastards Wood farm area. Search the farm with Landry present to find it. Okay. Just somewhere around here. Landry, keep your freaking eyes open. I don't know where to go. Then this just was made us make this suboptimal team. Yeah, totally his fault. Absolutely, as in not at all Caesar's fault. Ah, there it is, the freaking pig farm. Chronicle of the Sages. Take the chronicle so Landry may study it future.
Oh, the old concealed text in a pile of big shit trick. Classic.
As Landry approaches the corner of the pen, a pile of hay and animal droppings vanishes, replaced by stacks of scrolls.
Now, here's a subject close to my heart. Histories of the school of ink and quill. Who doesn't love a little auto chronicle? Roll calls, minutes, graduation announcements, publication dates, and letters. Oh my, I doubt Cesis Goran Ostrek had any idea the correspondences would be immortalized for the record. Not the most exciting bit of history, but I can see why Mel and Lexime would want the words of colleagues close at hand.
Landry thumps through the tome, chuckling with a nostalgic smile at each turn on the page. I take it brings back memories.
Indeed. Some of these notes even have my name on them. Ah, yes, here's my series on bird anatomy. I did that back in 388. Where have the years gone? I know it's all so worthless in hindsight, but it is a record of our school. Whatever that's worth, I can obsess about this later. We've had other things to do, right?
Landry closes texts and looks up at you with a smile. We can pause. I'll look around while you have a read.
How can I say no to that order?
With a smug grin, the old sage dives into the texts. Several minutes pass as Lantry pores over the pages.
Strange, all these names of dead people. Good riddance to some. Others are loss. Kairos' loss.
Let him keep reading.
While this all holds personal sentimental value, I doubt you'd find any of this worth a read.
Anyone you know very well?
In a way, all of them. The school was never crowded enough to disappear into anonymity, but as a field scholar of sorts, I was as distant as it gets.
He shakes his head with a heavy sigh, lifting a quill from near his shoulder as he does. He puts the quill to his hand and scribbles several circles of sepia. Anything seeming correct? A relaxed smile sets across his face as Lantry exhales, wiping his sepia-stained hand against his cheek.
Oh, this is odd.
Let me have a look. You spot a page inked with a conspicuously glossy sheen, suggesting ink far fresher than the original writing. A minuscule crease along the binding hints at where this page was inserted, like by magically means, to blend almost seamlessly. The text describes a debate within sages discussing the riddle of rings, and one sage with the familiar name of Lantry is arguing that the riddle of rings posits that Kairos has already conquered the Tyres. For if the sages speak the language of Kairos, Lantry's reasoned, and use the currency of Kairos, then military conquest is an extraneous formality. Kind of makes sense? We didn't summon any pigs. Well, we are still in the Big Ben, no matter if we summoned them or not. Having spent a year with the Forge-bound, as governor of Lythian's Crossing, you've been subjected to countless hours of pander from the artisans magi and know the riddle as a sort of a proverb the older Forge-bound teach to their apprentices. Which melts first is the riddle of the rings. Novices often assume the common copper ring melts in a hot flame, the bronze ring in a hotter flame, and the lucrative iron ring melts at the hottest flame of all. But a trained forge-bound knows otherwise. The riddle is generally mentioned when young apprentices ask too many questions about why others outside the guild seem, to the forge-bound at least, utterly incapable of appraising and respecting good craftsmanship. Okay, interesting. Odd. I learned riddle of rings differently. Bronze first, iron last. I wanna say that.
Oh, so you know the original. No disrespect to the Forge-bound. It's a great teaching tool. I just borrowed the term for rhetorical effect that day. It was 425, and Sage Cavil was giving lecture series, having recently returned from his expedition to observe the Forge-bound and their ways. At one point he discussed their teachings' methods, so the riddle of rings came up as part of his lecture. At that time I joked that the real riddle of rings isn't, aren't we already conquered? And I launched into a not entirely sober tirade about Kairos' inevitable invasion and dominion. According to this, I gave the stirring speech met with applause. Hardly. I was hit in the head with an old scroll case and told to sit down, shut up and let the scholars talk.
Okay. Maybe your interpretation of the riddle was the one worth remembering.
Even so, this is not how it happened.
It seems worth asking. If possible, the chronicle is correct and you are wrong. Well, if Duno decided to turn his judgment upon you, this would make for evidence of loyalty, no? That would make sense, yeah.
Well, yes, it does paint me in, oil colors, as it were, but I should hope things do not come to that. I think my nostalgia has been overtaxed for the time being. Let's get moving, I need to think of this a bit.
Landry closes the tome, stashing the old book in one of his satchels. Alrighty.
Right.
Find the remaining chronicles. Where though? Where? How? How? 4 is a great question. There's a lot of interesting things I would have liked to say, but unfortunately couldn't really say them all. Just like that. I do kinda just wonder where to go. How do we get to the other places? Can I now use the goddamn teleporter or something? I would like to. But I guess we could at least go and visit this goddamn stupid Forge Master who we went all the trouble to go to, and he's not even the real dude. Unfortunate for him that we were able to talk to the real person. The true person who was the master of napping.
Ah, Fainbiter, you've returned. Was there something else you needed?
I decided not to take back your tools. His smile vanishes and is quickly replaced with a mask of carefully suppressed rage.
Fainbiter, the news is beyond displeasing to me. I thought the tools made for a modest request. I don't see a way for us to forge on ahead.
He slams his sledgehammer into a nearby rock, pulverizing it beyond any use.
If you'll excuse me, Fainbiter, the settlers have needs I must attend to.
Kinda would like to be able to do something else there. Nothing left to say to you. Oh, he's so mad at me, but they didn't belong to you, so doesn't really seem fair to take them when they don't belong to thee. I wonder where the woman went who activated or was able to deactivate that one teleporter. Feels like that's the place I would be needing to go to be able to somehow go forward. After all, there's kind of a teleporter here too, but don't see a way to activate this. Probably that's the way I need to go around this though, that I would need to be able to activate this teleporter somehow. Evasive soap. Someone tried to frame Lantry, I guess. Maybe to frame him before his girlfriend? Maybe. That's a good question. That is a good question. Ah, there's the incipit moniker. Maybe we can now talk to her and ask if we could go into that certain location. I can talk to Waxstaff even. Nah. Could I take that thing so that I could go around? Could I please use it? But I don't understand how to exactly go about this if I don't see where I would need to go to actually get into other locations, unless now I go to the entrance and try to use the there, or maybe I try to talk again to this guy. Okay, do you have actually something else to say to me?
Fatefinder, the former nobleman hops on his good leg to face you. If you have a moment, I'd like to discuss a potential problem in the wound.
What did you want to speak with me about?
Seeing as you're already helping our leaders with their petty disputes. Did I say disputes? I mean their concerns for the wound.
He clears his throat.
There's a little to do to stave off boredom when you're trapped in this crack in the world. Tensions run high, and unless you blow off steam by petting or beating your neighbors, you need alternatives.
He hesitates, cringing as she continues.
So, it shouldn't come as a surprise that many of our own will wager their rings for fun.
Okay. Claire silently. You're gambling.
Yes, not that I want the chance the Fatebinder's eye for my troubles.
He flinches a little.
One wager has grown into a kind of a tradition for us, betting on which of our peacemen might fall to the bane while on patrol. Our woundkin sent hunting parties into the old walls to lure the Bane away from the settlement. They're good, but Ned wins every wager in the end. Scribe Mel manages the pets and tells everyone the odds, but I think she's cheating. The results haven't made much sense lately, and people are starting to crumble. Does Mel set the odds himself? No, not Mel. Have you seen out his favorite guest, Della Sophia? She's the one strung up like a decoration in the middle of a settlement. He begins to hard chuckle, but grimaces in pain from the exhaustion. Not exactly Torland for beastmen, that one, but she knows how to size them up. Mel got the idea to use her insight, so she more or less sets the odds. You'd have to get the details from her, though. How do you know Mel is cheating? Too much good fortune is how. We place our safest bets on the strongest beatsmen, and of late they've been falling more often than the weak. Only Mel stands to profit from that. The odds Mel sets look right enough, but maybe that sage is being crafty in a way I can't understand. Something just doesn't feel right. Are other settlers complaining about this? Some of us have talked about it, yes. I suppose you can say I'm one of the devoted. His cheeks flush a mottled crimson, but Runstrom punishes his shame away with a shrug. And why not? There aren't many thrills to be had for me. Otherwise, I'm putting the remnants of the Rostrom fortune to use. I mentioned my suspicions to both Jaspers and Wagstaff, but they're too fixated on one another to pay this any mind, so I have no one else to crumble to other than myself. Maybe now with Lantry something else will spawn from Portal, or just overall something will go forward, but it's kind of... I understand, but it's still kind of annoying to need to have a specific person here for that. I'll talk to Mel about this. My thanks, Faintbiter. I just wanted to bring this to your attention. Maybe this is all nothing, but my gut says otherwise. Kempler's goddamn ruin. I guess I have to go around and just see where people have something to ask me about. Because clearly, now suddenly this guy was just, hey, I have something I would like to ask of you, if you would listen. These goddamn weirdos. Stunned.
Show some respect, whelp.
I was kind of hoping that sort of thing to happen. The rippling wall of muscle and fur sifts in the air at your approach. Show some respect. Killing Shadow rears up at the beast. Unmoved by Killing Shadow's display of aggression, the beast stares at you expectantly. What's the problem?
This beast does not lower haunches in our presence. Kills in Shadow should teach it proper etiquette.
I think they have their own etiquette here now. Apologies, did not intend offense, but I will apologize for nothing. A wicked scowl stretches across Kills in Shadow's face, but she says nothing. Remain silent.
Do not look Kills in Shadow in the eye, Bo. Show respect or does only well need discipline.
Have no time for foolishness. Be gone. Glaring at the beast with a low crow, Kills in Shadow begins to lurch forward, but thinks better of it. With a quiet sigh, she shakes her head. At least we got that sort of a reaction out of her. When these beasts don't act the same way as they should. It's not just Lantry DLC, considering this beastie was there. That sort of thing happened. I guess it's just a Lantry DLC, like it would be weird to take Barrick's armor off without Barrick. True. True. Was there anything else I was able to ask of you? Okay, I guess there isn't something that I can ask specifically of her. I would like to quickly go and visit the other piece too, that we were at least able to talk to, considering at least the beast woman actually did react to that one, so it'd be interesting. And I was kind of hoping that maybe someone else has something to say. Welcome back, Faintbinder.
You look like you've got questions, Anita. Is something the matter? She sighs, then leans forward, lowering her voice. You've been a Faintbinder. I thought you might be able to get to the heart of the trouble we're having up here. The crops aren't doing too swift. Veggies or mushrooms, and at the rate they're withering, while if the farm dies, the wound starves. I'm listening. Strange enough, this ain't the first time something like this has occurred. A while back, one of the greener farmhands got in his hollow head that any water is good water and was paying no mind to which he watered with what. An honest mistake, but caused us no end of grief. Luckily, it hadn't been happening long, and the plans bounced back a few weeks after I got things all rectified. Her voice quiet. Ain't the same this time. I've got both eyes on the water being used, and I haven't seen a solitary mistake made. Each crop gets the right amount of the right kind of water at the right time. Ain't just that, the plants are going bad faster than the last time too. If I had to guess, somebody's sneaking the plants the wrong water when I'm not around. Are you certain that the water is being mixed up? How would a person know such a thing for sure without seeing it herself? All I know is that it's sure similar to what happened before. The water's got these real distinct colors to them though, on account of the ways they're made, and I've told everyone here 1,000 times which one's which. Where I look into this, where should I begin? You're a Faintbinder, I figured you'd know, her brow wrinkles as she considers. You could always ask the people who work the farm, see if they see anything out of the ordinary. Beastmen too, people have a way of forgetting they're around, but they got eyes and ears. You think one of the beastmen might be responsible?
Why would beast woman kill prey food? Hungry prey grows crusting, grows bark tough. Not good to hunt or eat.
Tycho blinks up at Gills in shadows and takes a step back before turning back to you. Right. But yeah, his girlfriend, his DLC, kinda sorta maybe. Yeah, at least mostly. I doubt the beast had much to do with it. Not knowingly anyhow, not sure they could if they wanted to. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Many thanks, Fatebinder. That's awfully kind of you, more than kind. It might just save the lives of everyone here in the bastard's wound. Hello, Ned. Wanna have a chat with me again? Back again, I see. Must be my lucky day. What can I do for you? Taika mentioned that you've had problems with the crop. Smart odds, it's that asshat Clayton's fault. That pile of pork chops can't tell his head from a hole in the ground. If anyone's fucking up the water, it's probably him. That would be so kind of mean, though. Yeah, actually. Mentioned you've had problems with the crop, but didn't mention the water. That's true. That's extremely true. Clayton doesn't water the plants. And yeah, doesn't water the plants like she does. He's on mushroom patrol. And I don't remember saying anything about the water. She winces. Fuck me, you're smarter than you look. But yeah, you didn't say anything. We didn't say anything about the water, just, okay, you're having some problems with the crop, right? And then immediately. We call it... We can't all look as brilliant as we are. Yes, Lantry, yes. You see, it's still some fun with her too. Not that I am implying I advise to take her, no. She lowers her voice. Look, the survival of the wound's my top priority. The wound and my son. Since I can't be out there, plate in hand, I want to be good and fucking certain the wound's being led by someone who can keep everyone safe. That's Vaxstaff. He's got the experience and he's got the sorcery. I told him as much, and he asked for my help bringing everyone else around. He thought if the crop started to fail, people would blame it on the Northerners, Sitchain Jaspers, and turn to Flagstaff to fix things. That's not the right way to go about it, though. I don't like Jaspers either, especially anymore. But this is not the right way to go about things. I guess we look stupid in pig head and Tuno's ceremonial armor. But it's not a pig's head, it's a hood. We can just summon pigs with it, sure, but it's not a pig's head. What are you talking about? How did you keep Tycho from discovering the water was a different color? Vaxav's no idiot. He gave me something that makes the ensorcelled water look like that filthy force-bound water. Doubt knowing that will help you though. No one will believe Vaxav sabotaged into crop without proof. Fatebinder, oh no. You do realize that sabotage in the wood supply doesn't just hurt you and the wound, but your kid too, right? Why do that? Because it's the only way, she hisses. People have to realize that Vaxav is better leader. If we rely on Jaspers, every fucking person here will die. And my son is just fine, thanks. Do you really fucking think I'd do this if I thought I'd hurt him? People will go to Vaxav for help any day now, and everything at the farm will go right back to normal. I can't let you keep doing this. How exactly are you going to stop me? You don't know what I'm using or where to find it. You have no proof. And if you try dispensing a little Fatebinder capital punishment without proof, I think you'll find the full wound against you. Well, don't worry, I'll find something to incriminate you with. Knock yourself out. Oh, alrighty then. We know that she's the culprit already. That was fast. That was quick. Both are dicks and destroying the settlement, it seems. Yep, indeed. Human who smells of mystic plot. The crops are sick. Have you seen anything unusual around the farm? She scoffs, scratching her heavily muscled torso with a whipped paw. Ocean Fury prowls around to hunt for Pain. Pain from old wolves, not far. Still Beast Woman does see things that pass. Sees small brute mother and slow human sneak the farm when human called Tycho looks elsewhere. What was that about the slow human? Can you tell me more about the small brute mother? What's that even about? Small brute mother waters green prey food. She lurks near tumble down stones and entrance light. Hides her thing there when no others see. Huh. Green prey food. She lurks near tumble down stones at entrance light. Hides the things where no one others see. The slow human, big and heavy, smells of hot metal. Hides a thing under rocks in the dark corner near squishy glow fungus she whelps. Okay. Human thinks no one watches, but Ocean Sphere sees without watching. Beast Woman hunts Pain, though, not humans. What does Beast Woman care what humans do with stones? Sure, you don't need to care about what is done with stones. They always come back, Clayton screams widely. So, you need to me something. Despite his armor, you can tell that he flexes his muscles, yes. Tycho mentions that you've had problems with the crop. What now? Yeah, he's kind of stupid. I know he isn't. I can pull off. That sounds funny. You do realize I can send Blade and Mark after you if I think you're hiding something from me, don't you? to the Archon of Shadows, he searches your pitiless expression. By the brothers, you would, wouldn't you? You'd send Blade and Mark for a man, he swallows, stuttering. Please don't, I'll do anything. I'll confess. Look, Fatebinder, he lowers his usually booming voice. This thing between the Tidecaster and the Forgebound, it's tearing the wound apart. More than just a crack down the middle of it. I mean, it's getting to where neighbors cross the well, not the road exactly, but what passes for the road down here, just to avoid talking to you. In no part owing to your personality, grooming, or questionable choice of attire, of course.
Master Jaspers is the man who knows how to be in charge. He designed the water field as crafty as an armory and raised bridges throughout the old walls. He's got this smithy and a whole host of orderbound behind him. When this whole thing finally goes tits up, anyone not packing Jaspers will be a flipping nutter. So I figure best way to keep things from getting too bloody is to sway people to Jasper's side quickly and early. I ask him what I can do for him, and he has me wet the mushrooms with his stuff instead of wax with magic stuff. Of course, both of them are doing the exact same thing then. How great. Both Jaspers is getting first the mushrooms all bad, and then the other guy is getting the other things completely bad. So great. They're killing the full colony, the two, so to speak, leaders. Good job, people. Starts into Wagstaff magic stuff. Way he sees it is everyone thinks Wagstaff cocked up the one thing he's good for, and then PM, Jaspers wins by default.
Tycho said the different waters are different shades. It should have given you away.
Now you see, that's where Master Jasper's brilliance shines. He gave me something to mix into the water to make it look different. Don't see how knowing that'll do you much good though, seeing that there's none left, and without that there's no proving anything.
You really think sabotaging your food source is a good idea?
I hadn't given it much thought.
He frowns and falls into silence, apparently rectifying that oversight. Then he shakes his head roughly.
No, Master Jasper wouldn't do lasting harm to the wound. He knows what's best, so I trust his plan, even if I lack its every particle.
This stops now.
Stopped already, actually. Used the last of what Master Jasper gave me just this morning. Can hardly hurt the mushrooms without that, can I?
He smirks.
Okay.
He blinks.
Sure thing, and I promise won't happen again. No need to pursue this further. Over and done with.
Is it I don't know if I trust you. Well, I know where you've hidden stuff, and I know where the woman has been hiding stuff, so we'll be just fine. Yes, stuff here. Idiots everywhere. And yeah, both are destroying the settlement, even in the same ways. Right, with blade and marking coming. Proud of blade and marking coming, yeah. Didn't seem to though. This ash is still slightly warm to the touch. The color of it's been changed likely through magical means. Getting some evidence of these stupid idiots. There's some more. This moss has had all of its water magically removed from it. Quickly crumbles into a powdery substance when touched. So, I solved your problems. Or as in, I know what's been causing you the problems.
Yes.
Welcome back, Faintbinder. You look like you've got questions. No, I have information for you regarding the water problem. That's some sorely needed news, Faintbinder. We'll split it out. What did you dig up? Jaspers and Wagstaff are both responsible for the failing crops. Surely you kid. There's no way they're both wrapped up in this. Now I need to just say it correctly. Which one? Now I have to be thinking. I think it was the guy who put stuff into here, right? I'm pretty sure. Correct. And then that would be that. So then this would have been, the moss would have been the Wagstaff stuff. So Lunette was using the hydrated moss obtaining from Wagstaff to change the color of the water for the TS crop. I think that's the way it goes. I kind of feel loading for this if I don't get it right, because I can't anymore check then anyways at the moment which one was the right one to say. Because then I would definitely go, if I knew that there would be this sort of a question, I would have gone and asked that goddamn guy again who went where with these things. Let's poison half of our wood sources. How sad this though. Dot came to the two different people at the same time, and they poisoned two different halves. Yep. Okay, dehydrated moss. Lunette? You'd think her little boy'd have more meaning to her than whatever Wagstaff offered to do his dirty work. No matter, she won't see this farm again. The Tidecast will be a tougher nut to crack. I have to think long and hard on what to do about him. But you said Jaspos was mucking about it too. Yep. Yeah, Kratos was using this discolored ash obtained from Jaspos to change the color of the water for the mushrooms. Kratos! After all his mistakes, you'd think I'd have kept closer eye on the musclehead. Jaspos though, dealing with him will take a tender touch. Can't just punish him like I can most anyone else. For now I'll have to wait. Kratos though, I'll deal with that boy with a swiftness. She frowns as she surveys the farm. It will be a task convincing the others that Jaspos and Wagstaff aren't the leaders we've reckoned them to be. For now, it's enough that the farm's no longer a pawn in whatever they're praying at. She smiles at you. In clearing this up, you've helped the farm and saved a lot of folk from starvation. Sterile salad. Thanks, Faintbinder. You've helped the wound more than I suspect you know. I'd like to give you this as thanks, a trophy from my rough and tumble years. Cleanest helm on the battlefield. Yay. Said that she'd seen both Kratos and Lunette hide their water changing substances. Yep. You've uncovered enough evidence to tell Tycho exactly who's tampering with the farm water. Complete. Yay. We helped. Well, what do you say, Lunette? Eh? Back again, I see. It must be my lucky day. Well, I uncovered your secrets. You've been found out. Rip Kratos. Yeah, that idiot. Indeed. Rest in pieces. So much stuff to do, and all the time just getting new small little quests to go and complete. Eesh. Not too surprising. That's sus. Just making sure these guys don't want to say anything. I knew it. Though she looked directly at you a moment earlier, the Forgebound's gaze now appears unfocused and soft, fixated upon nothing in particular. Your footsteps break her silent reverie. She returns to the present with a quick shake of the head. Oh, Fatebinder, sorry, I'm easily distracted these days, it seems. Anything you'd like to discuss? What did you want to talk to me about? I hope I'm not troubling you over nothing. Insipid moniker is Wagstaff's prime lackey. Or apprentice, depending on your perspective. She's been heading into the old walls in the dead of night every night. I would have dismissed it all if not for the fact that she's taken Woundkin with her on occasion, none of which have returned. How did you discover this? I've been really into my work lately, lost in the shizzle, I guess, and finding myself up when most of the wound is asleep. Not every task needs a workbench, so I take my shirt. I take my crate, I go for a stroll, I see Insipid Moniker. If were just one night I see her to this, but I'll look into it then. Insipid Moniker usually makes her run at the very hour. If you head just east of the settlement entrance, you'll find the southernmost teleporter into Wound. She'll likely be there tonight. Okay. What time is it? I guess it's night, so might be the correct time to go there right now. My goodness, so much stuff just happening all over the place. First time fucking with the food source is fucking with it twice. Kinda true, yeah? Is there anyone here right now? Seems like there is. Hello, Insipid Moniker. You're allowing me to go and follow you. That's perfect for me.
Will do.
Perfect for me. Yay, I can actually follow wherever she's going. Okay, this looks special. The bat is blocked by a magical barrier of fire. The air shimmers with heat, a border of flickering arcane fire markers, an impossible barrier that prevents access to the old walls beyond. There is something here, though. Blocking you from following her. Ask Isley about it. Sure. Guess I gotta go back and ask Isley about it. What could this sort of a barrier be? What can I do about it? Kind of seems a little bit too much of going and running all the time. Like, okay, I go there. Okay, I go follow there. Okay, I guess I gotta go back because I don't know how to go forth from here. And oh, you were so close to venturing into the old walls, and then there's a firewall blocking my way. So mean, so goddamn mean. Very, very mean. Isley, I need your help more, Isley. Though she looks, yes. I traced her path but was blocked by a magical flaming barrier of some sort. I heard Flagstaff is teaching her magic, but no way she could. Well, not by herself. Isley cups her chin pensively. Fire makes me think Bloodchanders. Maybe she liberated something from an old Chorus rival. Or she figured out a way to control an old wall's trap, but to my limited knowledge those traps don't use fire but some other sort of arcane energy. If you're short of ideas, you could always speak with the prisoner Telesofia. She sees everything from her perch, and most everyone talks to her at some point during the day, so maybe she's seen something or heard something that could point in the right direction. There's so many of these sort of quests apparently in here. Hey, this person is doing this. Oh wait, this person is doing something weird too. Go chase this guy. My goodness, maybe I should have killed all of these guys and put them to the sword. Would have saved me a lot of trouble for sure, Reese. I'm looking for information you may have, Telesofia. She glances downward and contemplates quietly before speaking up. Information is the one thing I can offer while trapped here. I'm sure you're looking for something important. I'm looking to do something important. If you can help me right an injustice, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. And what injustice is that? You might have noticed an Earthshaker wandering about this place. That's Argaen. And he betrayed my unit the same way Cairn turned from his allies. The coward surrendered the moment blades were drawn. Now he spends his days cavorting with Jaspos, lost in mystic foreplay with the fool who ought to be forging proper war iron, not polishing rocks. Cairn's rogue disciplines were to be destroyed, yet I've no way to satisfy that order short of strangling him with my legs. So I'm asking you for help. Give him the justice he deserves, then I'll tell you whatever you want to know. How do I know you actually have what I'm seeking? I might as well be an ornament atop this column. People either ignore me and whisper their secrets right under my nose, or share them with me when they're missing a friendly ear. You'd be surprised how normal my presence here is considered. I know everything going on down here, whether I like it or not. Welp. And yeah, I guess these two leaders always respond to always equally, so I'll think about it. I've got all the time in the tears faint binder. Think about it as long as you want. Her lips curl upwards to form a crooked smile. Yeah. But I didn't really want to go and start to kill this guy. I understand nonetheless that
On it.
they are kind of already considered traitors, so I understand. Can't really talk to him more about that though. I wonder if anyone else could have an idea where something like that might be hidden or not. I wonder. These freaking things. Strangling with your legs, huh? Whatever you say, I don't think I need to know about your kinks, eh? Are you sure about that? My goodness. These screams scared me at least twice today. Yeah, they kind of scared me too. Beastmen are too loud. They're way too loud. It's way too freaking loud. I doubt I can just try to talk to Wagstaff and actually get some information about these things either, so... Kinda would wish that I could. But yeah, the more I know about these two leaders, the more I feel that neither of them is a good choice to be a leader. But on the other hand, they are kind of both needed in a sense that this guy purifies water, the other guy purifies water. So in that sense, yeah, both of them are needed in this colony if it's supposed to survive in here. So it's kind of a bit of a problem. If none of them would be needed in that sense, I would definitely just like to kill them both. Yeah, they follow man in contrast with super calm music in the territory. Yep. I'm aware of the efforts to undermine the farming efforts. Whatever it is you think you are accusing me of, I assure you, I think you have the wrong man. I think Jaspers is more at fault than you. Wouldn't you agree? I concur this matter of or whatever you're talking about. I assure you just was doing alone. I'm glad we are in agreement. I didn't say it like that. Can I load? Because I don't want to do that. I do think that they are both at fault. I was just like, I kind of was wishing that I would get some extra information of that. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't load just because, whatever. They're both at fault. I don't know when I did.
Look with keen eyes.
But that would make sense. Now I wouldn't have to kill that one person. That would make sense. That she is a Scarlet after all, and this is Scarlet area. Yep, that makes sense that it would be hidden there. I just wonder where I saved last time. I load, but I just wonder where I saved because it would be annoying if we have to really do a lot. So let's see. I don't remember where I quick saved. Hopefully, it's not like we did that much in the end, but... Yeah, I am kind of afraid of that because the game may think you already chosen a site. Yeah, because I didn't want to really choose a site with that mention. It's just that I thought that maybe I could get some more extra information out of him with that remark. But, yeah. What did we do? What have we done? Okay, basically I saved right here when I was trying to think if I would do this or not. So I didn't lose basically anything at all. So as I was thinking that I'll look around if I can find something, and this makes sense indeed, this banner here. It's a scarlet banner, it might have some clue about this goddamn guy. Though, it does mean that we won't be killing that Earthshaker, but I kind of feel bad about going and just killing him. Yeah. Insipid Moniker's talisman. The small stone is covered with blood shander markings. It's kind of nice though that you can find it just like this. And you don't have to go about and get the information that on Telesophia and kill the Earthshaker. You don't have to do that. So that's cool. If you just yourself try to think, okay, where could this person have hidden it? Of course I'd run around more, but I didn't remember that this was specifically this area where there was more Scarlet Chorus guys anyways. So.
Yes.
What does this do now? Does it activate that or not? Okay, it opens the door. Good. Let's see about trying to find the goddamn insipid moniker.
I've heard rumors of blood chanters doing this sort of torture, but you assume nobody could actually bring themselves.
To do such things, yeah. Apparently, these guys are torturing these beastmen in here. How lovely. I think I gotta be putting a stop to that insipid moniker. The fetid stenches of blood and feces assault you as you step into the chamber. Excitement in her eyes, insipid moniker struts around the blood-caked room, issuing commands energetically. No, don't keep cutting that mongrel at the same spot. The scars will get knocked and tough, and we'll lose a bleed inside. Put the bucket by his ribs and slice horizontally. She turns to you with momentary disbelief. Fuck. And this had been such a good day too. Her hands move quickly to rest upon the weapons hanging from her belt. Care to explain what's going on in here? You weren't meant to see this. We're collecting donations from this generous beastman. Right. Of course, because he is using the beastman's blood after all that dirt. He did say they were donated to him. The beastman blood was donated to this goddamn Wagstaff for purifying the water. Yeah, and then it's collected like this. But Camp was kinda close to other leader that helped I think, and I thought Insipid Moniker is a good person. I liked the Insipid Moniker earlier, but now I definitely don't, but it explains in what sort of donations they are getting the Beastman blood. Wagstaff needs Beastman blood, lots of it. You think these tainted waters cleanse themselves? He said we'd die without it, and I intend to deliver. She wipes her stained hands with a grubby rag. Donations. These don't seem like willing volunteers. Yeah, well, maybe relying strictly to charity of peace wasn't enough anymore. If Beastman's blood donations worked in the past, what changed? Reef Talon used to heal her kith after they donated, so they could give more at a time. Pretty much all she was good for. Right. After she left, our Beastmen couldn't donate as much without getting too weak to hunt. Our reserves ran low and Wagstaff needed more. That's where I came in. Your solution was to create a blood farm, eh? Were there no other options? You're a faint binder. I know you've seen and tolerated worse. I haven't. No. We don't kill any of the creatures and gather only enough blood to keep the settlement going. I'd call the restraint on my part. You seem to be, though, enjoying your work. This settlement would have run its course without me. No shame in taking a little pride in one's work. She narrows her eyes, challenging you to claim otherwise. Long as the good people down here get their water, they don't need to know what I'm doing to fill their bellies. Explain why I should allow this. I won't though, but no dancing around it. Someone's going to suffer. Only a question of whether it's man or woman or beast. No need for everyone to go down with the ship. I didn't build the ship, and I sure as fuck didn't choose to board her. But I'm here now, and I'm keeping her afloat, which is more than most can say. I'll permit it. No. I wouldn't want to be killing you, I guess, would be okay. I like how DLC unfolds that way. That decision to put them to the sword seems like the best one in hindsight. At least you would kill a lot of assholes, yeah? Yeah, this place is full of double-faced people, yep. At the end of the day, I should have just killed them all. Clearly. Well, maybe not all, but at least most of them. So yeah. Well, I kind of wanna, I don't know, do I not wanna kill her or do I wanna kill her? I kind of feel that that's probably the best though. She's not gonna change from this. She's very... I guess I should at least have her, let her have an option out of this. But this cannot continue. If I have to kill her, I'll have to kill her. But I guess I should at least let her have an option to get out of this. And yeah, kind of strange that the Beast Woman is silent about this attack. I am more tempted to attack in some hand, but I kind of want to at least give her a chance. She's a bitch, but am I not a bitch if I just judge everyone as a bitch or others as bitches? So I think that always is like if you just immediately judge that they can't ever change from the way they are. I doubt she would, but usually I prefer to give in people a chance at least to try to change. I doubt highly that she would, but I just think that it makes you a better person if you can give other people a chance to change. Of course, it depends what we're talking about. Like, for example, if we're talking about a relationship and there would be cheating, I don't think in that situation the other person should be staying in the relationship who has been cheated upon. That's not what I'm talking about if I'm talking about the chance. But that doesn't mean the other person is forever bad. They have a chance to go and be a better person in the future. Of course, maybe you can forgive them and be in the relationship, but that's not necessary. That's not what I would mean, that you have to be given a chance, that you would need to be forgiven, something like that. But just in general, to not completely 100% totally condemn them forever and forever and forevermore. You can't try to save Monica in front of Beast. That might be the case, yeah, but I don't want to kill you, but I can't let this atrocity continue. I'll still give her a chance to do something else. Okay, like I said, she can make her choice, and if she is going to be saying as she is going to say, then she's gonna die. So I was pretty sure that she would choose to be dying then, because like I said, I can't allow the atrocities to go on. Make your choice, Faintbiter. We've already made ours. She rests her hands upon her belt, mere inches from her weapons. Then you shall die. See, but that's a lot better option. I still gave her a chance to change. She chose the wrong answer, and now, well, I have to end this sort of atrocity, so there's no other way around it. Sorry. Enough of this, your life is forfeit. Just like the old times, boys. Whoever kills the Faintbiter gets a week of my water rations. Drawing a blade from her belt, incipient Monica rushes at you with a feral cry. This will not be great, though. With this group. We'll see if we can do it, but I am a bit worried. That much is certainly true. I guess I'll try to do something like that to start with. Yeah, if only I knew what all to try to do. Would be nice if I could do something about that, or... Let's just start by at least giving her a little bit more of a chance of survival with that, I guess. And then start getting the regeneration on her too.
Can't do that.
Could you then try to crawl at some of these at least, if you could? Okay, at least there's some extra protection. You've done some stuff too. Full spit on this guy, for example. Then you, what shall you do? Actually, I don't think something like this would be the worst option to do here. Maybe it can hit a couple of them at least. Could hope so. Could almost at least do that nicely, but not certain if I should really. I'm not really sure if we should be trying to kill the Incipit moniker first though. Because I kind of feel that that's probably not gonna work out very well. But we can at least try to be giving this sort of little benefits here. Okay, did you manage to do the thing? Yep, control stone is done, at least. Yep, that went there, the rock, the boulder. Hopefully did something nice. Hopefully. Do some healing area here too then. Actually do this into here, so maybe it can affect as many as humanly possible. Fulmination, maybe you can get some more people into that area if we do that. At least this one other. Incipit, of course, decided now to go there. At least she has actually been wounded pretty well with these things, so that's at least nice. Guess you should be staying here then, at the moment. Try to petrify this goddamn individual then. Try to unravel some minds of this goddamn Insipidius. Did you get this done? I tried to do it. That healing area at least. Okay, you're at least very, very stoned now. So you have now marked, you have petrified, you have dazed, you have frightened, you have confused, you have blinded. A fire strike per hit, sure, on hit. Don't know what that is, that doesn't really tell me anything. I know what crime just was committed already, he forced you to use this group in the first place. Yep, totally, that's true. That's as true as can be. I want to be trying to do here the frost. That would be fun to me anyways, to try to do such a thing. Don't specifically need that much of the healing or anything of a sort as of yet. Kind of surprisingly enough.
Consider it done.
Some more daggers there. Did you have some more spells that I could use? Guidance is okay, I guess. Not exactly perfect damaging spells. I guess you could heal just a little bit at least. Yay, one dead at least, as in the actual main enemy, which is cool. And then that guy got also damaged. It's nice to be able to get them a little bit more into the lines like this. That's nice. At least from my point of view, very, very nice indeed. This guy is so very near death that we can try to concentrate on killing this guy, I'd say. Draw a dagger if you please. Still not dead, eh? Very close, but not quite yet. No cigar. It's going fine at the moment anyways. This guy's very frozen. Very, very crushed indeed. Let's do some more frost on her. That sounds good to me. You can try to at least see if you can kill. I was hoping that that would die so soon because it was pretty goddamn wounded. Yes, indeed, not entirely useless, just almost. You just push that away, that's cool too. Yay. I guess you can all concentrate on this guy then. Sounds good to me. You could just give some healing. And throw another dagger.
This is useless. I should try something else.
give some search of glorious damages. That one guy died too already. Near dead. Easy. Free the wound key. Woohoo! And now we got this goddamn key so that we can actually go into different places of the old walls. Woohoo! This keystone is used by the denizens of the Wisdom's Past and Wood to enter the depths of the old walls. And enter the depths of the old walls. Then Scarlet Fury armor. We can give her that to then our friend. As in, you know who. Verse. Stalker Shaco. Passive. After reaching under 25% health, grants invisibility for 5 seconds. That's cool. That's cool enough. Of course, there's some meat and then that. Be free, Woundkin. Kill all the Woundkin found in the platform. No. Remove the bonds holding the Woundkin.
On it.
The free. Hey, there's something there too. Those screams, yeah, jeez. Now let's see how the other leader was involved. Yeah. At least he was involved in a sense of getting this person telling us about this. And then someone keeping an eye out, Isley. Maybe wasn't properly involved, but who knows? Rather, what something bad the other leader has been doing at the same time while this guy's been doing this one. That's more of a question, I think. I feel like. But well, that Scarlet Chorus did deserve to do. Something like that. Something or another. It's getting quite late, so I should be ending the stream soon too, but on the other hand, it would be nice to be able to go through this full place, but doesn't seem to be happening. There was so many discussions and now getting trickling this quest, like just one after another, the trickle quests. And maybe Bounty's favorite can tell us, maybe so. If I would go and kill that one person at the very least. Okay, Mel, I also need to go and discuss too about the gambling stuff. Why would the Sage Apprentice be up to any gamblings to begin with? Why do such things? You got anything to say yet? Nope. Though she looked directly at you, yeah, I was able to follow Incipit moniker. What did you learn? Isley sees her idle handiwork of polishing flint and looks at you with her undivided attention. It could possibly put her in danger, but I think she can know nonetheless. We did take care of her after all, so I don't know. That's the question, I don't know. Maybe it's wiser. I can't tell you. Knowledge of it would put you in danger. Just know that whatever Incipit was up to won't be a problem anymore. She speaks hesitatingly, uncomfortable with your reticence. What could the warrants of secrecy? Is there anyone in danger? Surely it would be better if... Isley got herself off with a sigh. I'm sorry for my excessive curiosity. I do not mean to question what you think is best. Thank you for whatever had to be done. Wonder. You didn't want to talk to me even a moment ago anymore, so... That's the funny thing. He doesn't even want to talk to me anymore, though. So... That's kinda annoying. I wish that would talk to us, but nope. Not gonna talk. Just sad. Let's go and check on the gambling fools. Well, why are you ringing a gambling ring? Salutations, Vainpider. Things have gotten a bit tense since your arrival here in the wound. You've managed to offend both Wagstaff and Jaspers. Agitating one is trivial feat, but getting them to unite in their distaste of you is quite the accomplishment. Well, if they were decent people and weren't both doing something bad, then hey, maybe I indeed wouldn't be annoying them both. But they're both bad, so you should choose me as a covenant. You probably noticed that both Jaspers and Wagstaff offer much to a settlement, and you've likely noticed while they both want the Bastards wound to prosper, they are long past working together towards that prosperity. Yeah, while they do both want that, yes. There's another way the wound could succeed, if you're interested. What do you have in mind? Nobody likes to admit it, but this place ran best when Reef Talon was in charge. I know you're probably thinking this place needs a leader, not a prima, but Jaspers and Wagstaff are going to get most or all of us killed eventually. If Reef Talon is alive, she needs to be convinced to come home. Reef Talon created the Sleepless, right? Why would you want her back? Yes, and I can be furious over what happened to Lexim, or I can focus on the future of the settlement. I refuse to believe she intentionally sickened people. I think instead she has a magical power she just needs self-controlling. Besides, maybe there are some who were healed by her, but who didn't become sleepless. You think maybe she healed someone that didn't become sleepless? Huh. It was just a cut, the smallest thing. Mel shows you his lower arm. Whatever scar he's intended to show off is long gone. She pressed her hand on it and it got better. So he's the one that didn't become a sleepless. Kind of surprising then. Yeah, let's find the Prima in the old walls. Because we know only what one person did. True. I said nothing for fear of drawing suspicion, but in truth I felt quite fine, though. I'd be lying if I said I can sleep easy of late. But because I mix Lexim, I'm sure the affliction isn't actually setting in. Or at least I have to think that way. I'm sure you do have to think that way. What do you get out of this? I get back leader that doesn't fear the pain, and the only one who can order around all the peace without protracted argument. The young sage lets out a long sigh, shaking his head. And maybe I could start to Reef Talon and I could find a way to reverse the sleepless disease. It's a silly wager, but it's the only hope for saving Lexim, if she's still alive. How would one bring back Reef Talon, though? You'd have to find her and convince her to come back, or take advantage of her nature. Her kind uses strength as a form of debate. From what I know of her, she left out of self-loathing over the sleepless, so the trick is convincing her there's hope. I share Lexim's convictions that Reef Talon didn't intend to make anyone sleepless. Lexim hypnotized it was an unintended side effect of an experienced, untrained mystic, hypnotized even, meaning such things could be corrected with training. I know Lexim was writing about this subject right before she stopped being able to write. If you can find her corpse down there, I can't imagine the pain ate her notes. Reef Talon may be too stubborn to ever come back, but many of us miss her. We'd forgave her if she'd forgave us. Forgive her if she'd forgive us. I'll try to find Reef Talon. I do like Reef Talon from what I know better than these two. To adjust the depths of the old walls, you need the keystones that Incipit moniker carries. To know what she's up to, right? You know what she's up to, right? Yeah, she's dead. I imagine you should be able to leverage her cooperation with that information. Warden's key? Might I success search in the abyss? None in our hunting parties have caught signs of Lexime, so I suspect she's descending far into the old wall's depths. He suddenly recalls something and hastily rifles through one of his pouches. Here, take this. It's called Waterski, one of the last ones, forged in a rare moment of collaboration between Jaspers and Flagstaff. They say it may be used to interact with oddities in the old walls from a distance, like those beacons we often see. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Incipit Monica recently. Even though they hate each other, she sometimes joined Tonves on game hunts on the surface. I suspect she's unsettled without something to do with her blade. He rolls his eyes. At any rate, she always keeps the keystones close, so you won't be able to enter the old ones without finding her first. Yeah, well, I already killed her, though. Best to make your journey as quickly as possible. Jaspers and Flagstaff have already sent some of their hunting parties into the depths. Their best men, I'd say. Hard looks amongst them all. Can't be for any good purpose. My bet is that they're looking for Reef Talon, not for a cordial conversation. Yep. They, on the other hand, Jasper and Flagstaff both do not want Reef Talon back. History of the Old Wolves, Part 1. It seems Jasper is rather furious with you at the moment. Not sure exactly what you did to enrage him, but be advised. I wanted to know if you needed assistance with anything. I do have concerns for the future of the wound, but I do what I do by virtue of not stepping on any toes. I'm not about to start by angering either of the old men. You have probably noticed that both overmuch, yeah, you're just telling about the same thing. The goddamn ring. I know about the gambling ring you're running. I see nothing escapes your notice, Faint Pider. I characterize my participation more as vacillating than running, but the distinction may be relevant in Kairos' eyes. He clears his throat. Gambling is more of a public service. We have little enough to occupy our time here. He smooths the plume of quill and watches you expectantly. That's... How did you get to the bookmaker? I was sharing drinks with some of the woundkin handlers, those who prepare hunting parties before departure and see to the beastman's needs and injuries upon return. Our conversations took a grim turn towards which of the beastman would survive and which would fall to the bane. Idle chatter quickly devolved into wagers. Before I knew it, everyone's thrusting rings into my hands. I had no desire to flaunt Kairos' laws, but most of us have placed bets at one point or another. Rings aren't worth nearly as much here as they are on the surface. Betting with them is just a step beyond using polished stones. Rostrom Leng seems convinced that you're cheating everyone off their rings. Rostrom had a string of bad luck, so it could be his angst manifested as suspicion. He pauses to think, furrowed. Telesofia phrases the woundkin, and I translate those impressions into the odds. Most of her expertise mirrors common sense. Bigger beast women are, after all, actually stronger and more resilient than smaller hunters. Ask her about it if you'd like. Leave. I'll see if the Telesofia would want to talk, but again, there's the problem that she might want us to do another service before talking about this. We'll see. We'll see. I think she was actually here. I'm all the time otherwise going around the place completely. We have a beast woman, she can convince anyone it worked so good in the past. Yeah. What about the pets? What about them, indeed? Fine. I guess we would either have to be making a decision or try to bluff that guy or something or another to try to be seen if we can get something out of him. I'm kind of wondering about the bluff because I don't know if I want to be killing that guy. He doesn't seem as bad as most others nonetheless. To me anyways. I have to be talking to her about that. But I didn't see an option to ask her about something of sort at all. So... Really? We didn't help her. We didn't. Don't kill anyone. I won't kill him, I'm sorry. He's not anyone worth protecting, Faintbinder. It's your choice, though. You won't get me any help unless you change your mind, she shakes her head. But indeed, I can't then ask about anything else. Would feel that should be a separate thing. But apparently it's not. Let's just see. If I would say this, would then I be able to ask the other thing? So I really would have to kill that guy to be able to... That just seems annoying. Yeah, it is about Gambler's Ring to get information. Okay. Feels a little bit stupid, though. Take a note at your approach. There's an important matter I need to discuss with you, but only outside, away from prying eyes. Then I would be able to just lure him out and kill him there. Well, of course it's not like I would necessarily have to kill him, but... I didn't want to go and kill him, but now apparently I also would need Sophia's information for this ring thing. Unless there's someone else we can ask about. Someone else we could ask from stuff. She has to kill, so go speak. Yeah, well, we go and speak and try to lure him into a more secluded area. After all, it would be pretty stupid to just kill him right there, wouldn't it? Right in front of everyone and then be like, yeah, well, he deserved it. He deserved to be killed. I'm a Faintbinder, I can kill anyone I want. All of you too, if I wish so to do such a thing. But yeah. I don't know, I have to be leaving this decision for later because I don't really know if I wanna do that sort of choice. Do I have missives or... No, it's just the Spire had finished doing its thing basically. No new missives sadly. I like missives, but no new missives whatsoever. We're somewhat going forward into the next level. Serene is the lowest of us all in the level ups. We could say it was Tuno's judgment, yeah. But I guess this is a decent place to end for today. We did a lot nonetheless, even if there's so much more to do. But we got a decent start with these different quests. History of the Old Walls, Gambler's Ruin, Truths and Reconciliations. All of those are here. 3 basically quests in this location. Okay, and we try to then now enter the Old Walls next time. We've done with the settings at the very least. Wow, finally done with all the settings. Well, most of the settings I would say. And I run all over the freaking place to get laundry and to get maybe tools for that dude who we didn't get tools to and everything of the sort. But okay, yep, that's enough for today. I have a lot of schoolwork too that I need to wake up for, so... Okay. So, I hope you all enjoyed here some more of Tyranny in the Twitch streams and later on YouTube as well. I hope you all have a great week, weekend, whatever time it happens to be that you watch this. Or are in here. And I'll see you for more next time with more Tyranny then. So thank you for watching and see you for more next time. Bye bye.